Hey, Jordan O'Connor here. I just want to share some details about the program that you're about to watch. So the program is called the E-commerce Influencer, and the goal of this program is to help you build, launch, and scale your own hyper profitable e-commerce brand. Now, this was mainly built for social media influencers and creators that already have an audience on social media. If that's TikTok, YouTube, or Instagram, we show you how you can build your own brand and then you can sell products to your audience because this is what your audience want. And by doing this, you no longer have to rely on sponsored posts, brand deals, or relying on any other companies for your income. You can take 100% ownership in the products that you promote. Just have a look around. Have a look at some of the top influencers in the space. If it's the Kardashians, Logan Paul, KSI, Mr. Beast, they all have their own e-commerce brands now. Now, back when we first started Ecom and Chill, that wasn't the case. Not many influencers were really doing this, so there was a massive opportunity and a massive gap in the market for you to build your own brand. Now, it's not too late. You can still do this. So like I said, we've done this for dozens of different influencers in the past, and we then decided to reach more people and help more influencers and creators build and scale their own brands by launching this program called the E-commerce Influencer. Now, people in the past have paid us thousands of dollars to get access to this program and community. And now we're giving it away completely free. Why? Because we have pivoted our business and we now focus on email marketing and retention for e-commerce brands. So we're giving this away completely for free because it's no use to us anymore, and we want to provide value out there in the market and help you get away from sponsored posts, help you get away from brand deals and all those other things that aren't really bringing in long-term value and long-term wealth. You can build your own e-commerce brand. You can sell products to your audience because this is what they want, and you can potentially sell it one day for millions of dollars. Just look at Max Tuning. Max, you might know him, is in the fitness space. He's a YouTube fitness influencer. He was obsessed with sour candy, so he used to do video reviews on different sour candy, and then he decided, you know what, why not just build my own brand? So he started his own brand called Sour Strips, which he sold to his audience at the start, and then he started selling it to more and more people. Then he ended up getting into Target. Because he had such good sales volume, he didn't have to spend any money on ads. He then got into Target and Walmart and all these stores across America, and recently he sold the business for an undisclosed amount, but I'm pretty sure it's over $100 million to Hershey's. And that was just in the space of a couple of years. And this is what can happen if you take 100% ownership in the products that you promote to your audience. You don't have to worry about ads. The number one reason most e-commerce brands fail is because they have to spend thousands of dollars every single day on ads. And this is a 4-hour program where I'm walking you through every single step that you need to take to launch a hyper profitable e-commerce brand. Now, there's going to be some people out there that are going to be frustrated that we're giving this away completely free because we used to sell this for thousands and thousands of dollars. Now we're giving away completely free. And hey, look, if you launch your brand and if it's super successful and you need us to help you with email marketing, we can chat then. But until that point, it's completely free. Make sure you watch the full video. Any questions, just let me know in the comments below. I'm super happy and I'm super grateful to be able to give this to you completely free. Hopefully someone doesn't come in and take it down. So it's 4 hours long. Make sure you watch everything. Make sure you take notes. Make sure you go build your own brand. Welcome to the e-commerce influencer. I'm super excited to have you here, and I'm glad that you invested in this program because I'm going to show you every single thing I know in regards to building a hyper profitable e-commerce brand and how you can earn more from your social media. So module 1 is called Influencer to Entrepreneur, and here's what we're going to be covering. The goal of the program, important things to remember about Ecom and Chill, the 2 paths that you can take as an influencer or creator and which you'll want to avoid, the mindset needed to succeed, and the evolution of an influencer. So the goal of this program is to help you earn 5x more from your social media and really replace sponsorship deals for 100% ownership of the products that you promote online, even if you have no e-commerce experience whatsoever. And really shorten the learning curve, help you avoid the same mistakes that I've made and lost over 5 figures in trying to fix them when I first got started. Also introduce you to the steps and systems used to scale multiple e-commerce brands to 7 figures in under 24 months. And for you to really enjoy the process, find passion and happiness or even fulfillment from your brand, like the financial aspect is just one part. There should always be a bigger cause and a why, from brand awareness, building a team, launching exciting new collections, or really just being proud of building a successful business or launching a successful product. And the goal of this program is to be 8 weeks. So it's super important that you watch the program from start to finish and implement each action as you go along with the modules. Important things to remember. Guys, this is not a get-rich-quick scheme, okay? It's make a lot of money over a long period of time, real wealth and real brand equity. This is not something that you'll watch once and you're automatically an expert overnight. It's something that will take time, but following our program, you'll be able to build your own hyper-profitable e-commerce brand, okay? And you need to do the work, okay? It will take work and sacrifice, but if you follow our blueprint, you'll be able to avoid major mistakes and shorten the time it takes to go from an idea to a profitable brand. And if you want us to do it for you, if you don't have the time or you just don't want to do the work, you can apply for our Attention into Dollars program where we do everything for you, but this is 100 times the price of what you paid for the program. It starts at that. So general housekeeping. If you have any questions got to do with access to the course, private coaching group, or our weekly Q&A mastermind calls, please email team@ecomandchill.com and we'll get back to you within 24 hours. And make sure you leverage the community. Okay, we have a valuable community that is rooting for each other and sharing wins. Okay, we want everyone to succeed. So make sure you take advantage of the weekly Q&A calls. And at the start, sometimes the smaller the group, the better the weekly Q&A calls are. So make sure if you're an early adapter in this program, make sure you take advantage of that. And also, you have a massive head start as a creator or an influencer. Okay, you have the audience, you more than likely have the creative skills, and now you have the step-by-step program. Okay, you can launch your brand and make $50,000 in your first month without spending a single dollar on ads. Okay, most brands lose money at the start trying to acquire customers. You have such a head start. And this program is for you. No matter where you are right now in your journey, we're going to help you accelerate your journey from influencer to a high-paid entrepreneur via e-commerce. Okay, and also if you're in this program and you're not an influencer or you're not an entrepreneur, the steps are still the very same. Okay, and one product can change your life. I'm going to talk about this more as we go through the program, but if you sell 50 products a day at $55 each, you'll generate over $1 million in your first year. And I'd imagine if you're doing sponsored posts or brand deals, you're probably making these brands a lot more than 50 sales per day. About Ecom and Chill. So what we do, we turn influencers into high-paid entrepreneurs by helping them launch e-commerce brands. Simple. And also, we help influencers and creators earn more from social media. There's this dividing line between people that want to be called creators or want to be called influencers. So it's hard to get the right messaging. There's two sides of the business. We have the done for you agency, which is called the Attention into Dollars program. And that's where we do everything for you. Like I said, it starts from like $10,000 plus. And then we have our education and info product, which is what you're listening to right now. And just to let you know, we spend most of our time building brands, not building courses. So this is more just to give back and have a bigger impact and reach more people, help more people. And also, like, if there's mistakes along the way with this program, I'm not too pushed. Because like I said, we're focused on building brands, not building courses. So who am I? Who are you listening to and who's going to be teaching you? My name is Jordan O'Connor. I'm the founder of Ecom and Chill, and I don't want to talk much about myself, but I have some lines wrote here. So always wanted to be an entrepreneur, a college dropout, obsessed with education, helping people and fitness. Been involved with e-commerce for years upon years, and I had multiple failed businesses and brands in the past, but I always knew it would work out, and I always knew I wanted to work in e-commerce and build a business around e-commerce. So I learned and implemented what I'm teaching here and scaled an e-commerce brand to 7 figures in under 2 years. And now I'm helping many creators do the same. Okay, we work with some very high profile people, and we've built and we're managing some very hyper profitable e-commerce brands. So the 2 paths you can take as an influencer or creator and which you'll want to avoid. So there's 2 paths. 1 is the lifestyle and 2 is growth. To be honest, now that I mentioned this, if you look around in your circle or if you look around at other people on social media, you might see this dividing line. Okay, the one you need to take is growth. Why? Pay the price today so you can pay any price tomorrow. Okay, the consequences of going down the wrong one: inconsistent income, being left behind, fear of the unknown, and no long-term security. So you could be at a fork in the road right now, and that's why you invested in this program. Okay, so there's 2 paths you can take. There's the lifestyle and there's the growth. Lifestyle, we call these average influencers or average creators. They're focused on get rich quick, and they're focused on the now, no long-term plan to sustain their lifestyle, and more worried about trying to look successful on social media, which is a massive problem. Then we have growth, the e-commerce influencers. So they don't rely on endorsement deals or brand deals or anything like that. They have 100% equity in the products that they promote, and they're building an asset that they can potentially sell one day. So some examples of e-commerce influencers, you can probably, if you look at the market right now, you can probably already see them. But we'll start off with Kylie Jenner, okay? And there's also Alex Cannon and Tasha Oakley and many, many more people. The Nelk Boys, Chrissy Kayla, Summer Rae, Russ Warswick, Mike Thurston. Every single one of these people, look what they have in common. Okay, they either have founder, co-founder, or CEO or owner in their bio. Every single one of them has their own e-commerce brand, and that's their main source of income. Okay, look, and honestly, we had hundreds of slides in here, but we maxed it out here because otherwise I'll be tapping here all day. But you can see there's so many examples of e-commerce influencers, and it's the goal for most influencers, which I'm going to cover soon, the evolution of an influencer. But the next thing we're going to talk about is the mindset needed to succeed. So personal mindset, this is the most important step. Okay, at the end of the day, you can have everything else, but if your head and mindset isn't in the right place, you're wasting your time. You need to have the drive and passion for your brand, even when everything is stacked against you. And you probably already know this stuff, but I really just need to drill it home, because I can give you everything, but if you aren't willing to do the work, or your mind isn't in the right place, it's not going to happen. So then successful habits needed to dominate. You can actually design your ideal day. Okay, so why not make it the most productive you can? And I'd highly recommend reading Atomic Habits by James Clear. He'll teach you everything about habits much better than I will. I recently just finished this book. I moved into a new apartment and I read this book straight away because I was in a new environment. And honestly, it changed a lot for me, and I'm much more productive than I was before. And it's all down to you. Where you are right now in your life, physically, mentally, financially, it's all because of the actions you took. Okay, it's because of you and nobody else. And going forward, it's going to be the very same. So make sure you take the right actions. At the end of the day, nobody cares about your problems. People only care about themselves. And I don't mean this literally. Obviously, some people do care about you, but at the end of the day, you're going to be the one building your brand. You're going to be the one solving the problems, dealing with the issues. People can help, but it's all down to you. And then the business mindset. So this is super important. If you're a creator or an influencer, you more than likely have business experience, which is definitely a head start. But you need to be willing to sacrifice certain parts of your life so you can invest more time and resources into your business or your brand at the start. Every problem or roadblock that you come across is actually an opportunity to be stronger and to level up. Okay, there's no such thing as a failure, just lessons learned. And every day you wake up, you need to ask yourself, what can you do today that's going to move the needle forward? Okay, so the small wins add up. This is super important. And understand how the business world works. It's a roller coaster ride, okay, and you will get crushed if you don't have the right foundations laid with your mindset. And also, Be very careful about who you work with and who you trust. In business, people can be ruthless, cutthroat, and jealous of your success, and they just want the money that you're earning. So just be super careful who you work with. And then this is a very, very important concept. So working in the business versus working on the business. Okay, so the reason why you're building your brand is so you can have more time, freedom, and security, right? So you want to avoid working in the business. So think of it this way. There's $10 an hour tasks, $100 per hour tasks, and $1,000 per hour task. Okay, so you should be focused on doing the $1,000 per hour tasks. Okay, at the start, you may have to do some lower level ones, but as you grow, you need to outsource and build a team. Okay, I have here IGTs. This is income generating tasks. So tasks that can be outsourced, like customer service or, fulfilling orders. All this stuff should be outsourced because you don't want to be overworked and under rewarded. The main reason why you're starting your brand is because you can have more time, freedom, and security. So it's really important that you lay the right foundations at the start. So the evolution of an influencer. I've never heard anybody talk about this before, so this is a new concept and you'll find it very interesting and hopefully you'll be able to relate to it. And also influencer/creator is the same thing. The definition of an influencer. A person with the ability to influence potential buyers of a product or service by promoting or recommending the items or the product on social media. So that is the definition of an influencer. And then we need to think about, why do people pay influencers or creators? Okay, because really it's because you're of value to them. Okay, they see you as an asset that they can leverage to make a ton of sales or get new customers or just spread more awareness about the brand. Okay, not in a bad way, but you're disposable to them. Okay, they can find so many other influencers and creators who can do the very same thing, but they're not going to tell you this, obviously. You can work with a brand for 10 years and then they can just drop you like that, drop you, gone. So really you're undervalued and you know this, right? And that's why you want to create your own brand. Like the amount of money these brands are making on the back end of your promotions and the back end of your brand deals is absolutely huge. Okay, like meanwhile, you're getting absolutely nothing in return. So it's really important. That's why we're preaching this and you're going through this course, is it's so important that you take 100% ownership of the products that you promote. So the stages to go from influencer to a high paid entrepreneur, like most of you guys listening have gone through this. Like at the very, very start, you get free merch, right? And then eventually you build up an audience and you get paid to do posts. And then you'll start doing brand deals where maybe you get like a percentage, and you do collabs where you might have your own collection. And then this is where you might be at right now. Okay, you launch your own brand. And then on your own, you'll be able to do 6 figures a month, or 6 figures. And then you'll really have to build a team and scale to 7 figures. Okay, that is the journey. And if you have a look at some of the people that I mentioned in the slide when I was showing all the screenshots, like every single one of them would have went through this process. Okay, maybe some people skip the free merch stage or the paid post, but this is the evolution of an influencer. And like I said, there's that dividing line where we have average influencers. They aren't motivated for more. They're happy or grateful for where they are. They don't move with the latest trends or keep up with the world. They just take what's given to them. Okay, like brand deals, products, payments. They're even afraid to just jump or go after what they want. Or sometimes they're afraid to ask for more money for a brand deal. They don't know their worth. And if you're happy with this, that's okay. Like if you're happy with earning and doing sponsored posts, like that's amazing, because so many people wish they're in the position that you're at. Okay, so it's okay to be an average influencer, but if you want more, if you want to have more time, freedom, and really build financial wealth, you need to become an e-commerce influencer. Okay, have skin in the game, be willing to invest, ethical, be open-minded. You have to have awareness, being willing to adopt to new platforms, and stay ahead and stay relevant. Okay, so it's super important that you understand where you're at and what you want. I'd imagine if you invest in this program, you want to strive for more, okay? And you want to build your own hyper profitable e-commerce brand. So your action items for the first module is, first of all, to finish this program, watch all videos in full and complete all action items, and make sure you take notes or you timestamp sections that you want to go back and watch again. Also, keep up to date. Make sure you join our private group and network with others in there. You can subscribe to our podcast, follow Ecom and Chill, or follow myself, JordanOC.eth on Instagram, and keep up to date with everything and focus on your mindset. You might already have this laid down, but just spend some time on it. Lay the foundations for your mindset and become indestructible. Then read Atomic Habits. I've read so many habit books in the past, and I thought that I didn't need to read this, but it kept on coming up. I kept on getting recommended this book, and honestly, it's probably one of the best books that I ever read because it was so relatable to what I want. So read or listen to that book as soon as possible. And a little tip here, I read and I listen. So I read the book and then I listen to the audiobook at the same time. It's much better. I'd highly recommend trying that. And then figure out what stage are you, figure out where you're at in the process, and become aware of what's next. So super excited to have you here. There's going to be a lot of information, a lot of strategy, a lot of knowledge coming in these next few modules. And we'll end with a little quote. The only impossible journey is the one you never begin. See you in the next video. Jordan O'Connor here, and welcome back to the second module of the e-commerce influencer, the blueprint to launch your brand. So here's what we're going to cover. The 7-step blueprint to build a hyper profitable e-commerce brand, even if you've no experience. And then when is the best time to start? So this module is going to be super short, but I just want to show you from a high level the process that you have to go through before we really dig deeper into the rest of the modules. So the 7-step blueprint to build a hyper profitable e-commerce brand. Number 1 is advanced product research and selection. Number 2, design and sample mastery. Number 3, accelerated production and delivery. Number 4, high converting content and store. Number 5, hyper profitable strategy and launch. Number 6, automated operations. And number 7 is your marketing and growth unleashed. So let's break these down a little bit more. So number 1, advanced product research and selection. So this is the next module that you will go through, and you'll learn research methods that will allow you to tap into the most profitable segment of the market, how to find a winning product that is guaranteed to sell, and you'll also learn what all successful brands have in common. Okay, and we also talk about a lot about what product you should select and what brand you should build, because we want to make sure that we build the brand or the product around your audience. Okay, and we'll also talk about the different type of products that you can go with. Should it be merch? Should it be jewelry? Should it be a subscription product like creams or food or something like that, right? So we go deep there, and that's probably one of the most important modules, is your product research and selection. So number 2, design and sample mastery. You'll learn about product design and the process and how you can find the right designer to do all of the work for you. You'll discover how to find yourself the best manufacturer for your products and ways to ensure that you get the perfect sample, okay, which is so important. Number 3 is accelerated production and delivery. You'll learn how to determine the amount of stock you should order for your bulk order, what legal agreements you need in place, and also how to get the perfect bulk order for you. And you'll also learn how to automate your order fulfillment and then different delivery methods that you can go with. Number 4, high converting content and store. You'll learn the 3 types of content that you should be producing for your brand, and really how to create social proof and the importance of positioning your brand as a premium. Okay, you'll also learn the basics of setting up your Shopify store, your online store, the apps that you need, the integrations, and so much more in there. We make sure that you build a high converting e-commerce store. Number 5 is hyper profitable strategy and launch. A lot of you guys listening to this will be very good at this type of content and this type of work. So you'll learn how to have a successful product launch, how to build hype by leveraging the assets that you already have, like your social media audience. You'll discover how to build a pre-sale VIP list full of customers that are ready to buy your products, and things you should triple check before you go live. Okay, and then number 6, we have automated operations. You'll learn how to automate your e-commerce operation to free up time. Okay, so you aren't focused on the low level $10 an hour tasks. You'll learn everything from optimizing order fulfillment, how to automate your customer service, as well as ordering more stock so you never run out, and really how to automate everything in the business as much as possible. Okay, we go really, really deep in automated operations. And then number 7, marketing and growth unleashed. You'll learn how to market to new audiences by leveraging influencer marketing. You'll also learn about the power of email marketing, which should be bringing in about 40%, between 30 to 50% of your revenue should come from email marketing. So we go deep on this. We'll also talk about paid advertising, as well as some of the most important factors that you need to get a return on investment for your ads, and also different industries and different platforms that you can tap into to become profitable. So then this is the Ecom and Chill process. Okay, so when you get on board with us in our Attention into Dollars program, this is the process that we go through, and also this is the process that you will be going through. So even though I've just went through the 7 steps, I'm going to go through this again really quickly. So we have the idea. This is where you really need to make sure that we go with the right product that resonates with you and really it resonates with your audience. Okay, so we want to make sure that you select the right product and really that you get proof of concept with that product. Then we go into the design. We show you the stages that you need to go through if you're doing a custom product, from sketches to illustrations to tech packs, how to make sure that your manufacturers take you serious when it comes to size guides, materials, colors. Okay, we show you absolutely everything that the manufacturers need. And this isn't just for clothing. We've done this before with jewelry brands, journals, teeth whitening brands, creams, makeup, absolutely everything that you can think of, and the design process is the same. Then we show you how to get the perfect sample, and most of the time you need to do multiple sample rounds. And then you will review the samples to get the perfect sample. You'll test it out, you'll get proof of concept, and you go from there. And then once you have the perfect sample, you'll actually start getting content, and at the same time you'll put through your bulk order. Okay, so it's not like this linear process where you have to wait from one thing to the next. While the bulk order is being made, you're getting content and you can be building out your website. So by the time that the products are ready to be shipped and shipped to one of the 3PL centers, the third party logistics centers, you can be getting the strategy together so everything is then ready for launch as soon as the products hit the fulfillment center. Okay, and then also, like I mentioned, we'll be going through the marketing and then the growth of the brand and really hitting the 7-figure mark and making it hyper profitable. And then there's multiple ways you can go there. You can sell, you can really jump in full time and really grow it as much as possible, or you can have the brand ticking over super profitable every single month that doesn't require much of your time. Okay, so that is the Ecom and Chill process. So when is the best time to start? Okay, and the answer is there will never be the perfect time. Okay, life goes on. You'll always have something else going on. And if you've thought about taking the next step, this is your sign. Okay, you need to go all in right now. And you have limited time. 12 to 18 months from now, it might be too late. You never know what is going to come around the corner with social media. The industry is so saturated. Plus, with all these new laws coming out and all these new regulations, honestly, you never know, or you could get your account banned. Okay, like there's so many things that can happen. It's just so important that you take action today. Like think of something like COVID-19. Like imagine that happened, but in the internet, right? There's so many things that can happen. You just don't know. So you need to take action and get started. And then imperfect action. I think I mentioned this in one of the other modules. If you're trying to perfect everything, okay, you will get nowhere. You just need to get started and you need to start taking action on what needs to be done. Okay, that's so important. Like I said, I think I mentioned it in regards to recording this course. Okay, it's not going to be perfect. I haven't recorded many courses before. Like this is not what I spend every day doing. I spend all my day building e-commerce brands, communicating with clients, communicating with manufacturers, my team, and basically getting things moving forward. Okay, I'm not in here recording courses every single day. I wouldn't want to be either. So here are your action items. Finish the program, watch all videos in full and complete all action items. Check out the blueprint and really become aware of the steps that you need to take to build your brand. So have a look at it and really get familiar with the steps, because there might be certain aspects of the process that you're already good at, or there might be some aspects that you're not sure about. So, it's really important that you leverage the skills that you already have. And then get started, keep going through the program and get ready for what's to come. Make sure you free up some time, because you're going to be super excited to work on this project and to work on your brand and, move away from sponsorship deals and everything like that. So what you have done is nothing compared to what you can do. Okay, see you in the next module, and I'm super excited for you. Jordan O'Connor here, and welcome back to the e-commerce influencer. In module 3, we're going to talk about advanced product research and selection. So here's what we're going to cover: understanding consumers in e-commerce, blue ocean strategy and brand purpose, defining your audience and market, how to choose the right product, and then brand fundamentals. So understanding consumers in e-commerce. First of all, by you understanding this, you're going to be a step ahead. Okay, 90% of people out there that are starting e-commerce brands do not understand this. Okay, this is stuff that the top brands in the world are studying, and this is the reason why they're able to scale to a massive level. It's not because they just got lucky, right? It's because they understand consumers and buying behaviors. So what people unknowingly want, okay, to successfully sell to consumers, you need to find a product, you need to create a message and deliver an experience that solves their problems or makes them feel encouraged, motivated, or inspired, okay? And in doing so, you won't really be seen as a seller or someone that's trying to sell them, right? But as like someone that's trying to help them, solve their problem. And when you do this, like this results in the virality factor, we call it, right? So it means that people want to share your brand. People want to tell others, right? Which also, this leads to higher conversions and increased customer loyalty. So this is really, really important if you can get this with your brand. So the buying behaviors in today's world, this is so important, and this will blow your mind, and this is only a new study. So fully connected customers spend annually twice as much as fully satisfied customers, meaning people that are emotionally connected to your brand are going to spend a lot more money, okay? So we need to connect with them emotionally, and we can do that by helping customers stand out from the crowd, help them feel confident in themselves, give them a sense of well-being, give them that stress-free state or something that helps with the environment, or make them feel secure or make them feel like they're succeeding in life, okay? If you can do this, if you can connect with your customers emotionally like this, it will have a massive impact on the profitability of your brand. So the importance of brand emotions, once again, but this is why people relate to your brand. What reasons do people give for their emotional brand connection? Okay, and people say that products that make them feel like they care about them, okay? Brands or products that make them feel like they're making a positive impact in the world, okay? Companies that understand them or understand how they feel, okay? Or a company that is run by people like them, okay? And this is absolutely amazing for influencers and creators, because your audience is the one that your audience is going to be your customers, okay? And you already have that connection, which is just, this is why influencer brands are so profitable, and this is why it's the number one opportunity right now. So then New Year's resolutions, this blew my mind, so this is why I'm throwing it in here. But in 2018, 19 and 20, there was all the same New Year's resolutions, right? But in 2021, it was different. People want to learn something, people want to read more, people want to travel, lose weight, save money, and go vegan. So there was this shift in 2021 where people had different New Year's resolutions, okay? And this is more than likely because of the pandemic. And also in regards to the pandemic, we have here 67% of consumers say that the pandemic has influenced brand perception, Okay, so basically people expect brands to be more empathetic and more relatable. Okay, so this is also super important because a lot of companies haven't shifted, and it's important that you shift towards how consumers are changing. So why do people buy products? This is similar to what I mentioned before, but this is the number. So 70% of buyers purchase out of emotion, okay, which means your product has a better chance of selling if it can appeal to the customer's heart, okay? And to make this happen, your offer needs to enhance the value of the product and to appeal to the customer's emotional needs, like I kind of already mentioned. And then we'll dive into some e-commerce stats. So e-commerce growth, the UK consumer spend dips 7.2%, but e-commerce enjoys a triple digit boost. Okay, and this is obviously because of the pandemic, but still it means that people's buying behaviors are changing. You know, my parents that aren't used to buying online, all of a sudden are always buying online now because during the pandemic they had no choice, and it's the same with everybody else. So MasterCard's insight, e-commerce accounted for $1 in every $5 spent in retail in 2022, okay, up from $1 in every $7 in 2019. Okay, so the global spend online grew about 25 to 30% year on year from March 2020 to February 2021. So I think e-commerce spend is up at nearly $1 trillion a year now, which is absolutely crazy. And the next point we have here is you can become a billionaire. Like, this is possible. You can start right now as a creator, as an influencer, and you can become a billionaire. It's extremely possible. If you want to know more about this, Google Kim Kardashian billionaire and read her Forbes article. It's super interesting. She talks about how, this is the quote she gave, and how she finally transitioned from sponsored posts and brand deals and took ownership in what she promotes. And then she basically built the brand and then sold equity in her company for hundreds of millions of dollars. And I just wrote an email about this, but this is why the Kardashians are so wealthy. It's not because they got lucky. It's not because they have a family and they're gifted. No, it's because they took 100% ownership in their income. They would not be billionaires if they didn't build their own brands. So blue ocean strategy and brand purpose. So you've probably heard about the blue ocean strategy before, and what it is a market for a product where there's no competition or very little competition. Okay, and this strategy revolves around searching for a business or a product in which very few brands operate and where there is no pricing pressure. Okay, so this is when you crack into a new market. And then a red ocean is obviously the complete opposite. So the red ocean strategy involves competing in industries that are currently in existence. Okay, and this often requires overcoming an intense level of competition and can often involve in companies competing mainly on pricing. So like an example of this would be, let's say, like grocery shopping in America. It's obviously like Walmart. So if you were to come in and try and like set up a new grocery store or a new franchise, or in fast food, if you were trying to compete with like McDonald's, KFC, Burger King in the franchise business, it's super, super difficult. Okay, and in regards to e-com and chill, we have a blue ocean, you know, because we have such a demand for customers, we have such a supply that we've found our own blue ocean. Okay, and we didn't create this new industry. What we done is we found a blue ocean inside of a red ocean. Okay, and this is what the next point is. You don't have to reinvent the wheel or make a completely new product. And for your instances, it's with like a physical product with expensive prototypes and all that crazy stuff. Like that takes way too long and will cost you so much money. Just take a step back and try and carve out a niche within a current industry that's successful. Okay, and I mentioned the e-com and chill example, but also think of who you're selling to. Okay, an example is acne products, but what if you niche down to people that are just 30 to 50-year-old adults, and maybe this is a premium product, okay, because they have more money than people in their teens. And it's like what we done with e-com and chill. We took this influencer market and we didn't just go and manage these people or try and help these people. We're like, okay, let's do something different. Let's have a look at like e-commerce. This is where everyone's making the money. So how about we build them e-commerce brands and take a percentage of sales? And that's where our business model was built off. So the why behind your brand, you might have heard this as well. There's a very famous book from Simon Sinek, and he also has a TED Talk. So you need to be doing all of this for a bigger purpose, okay? And you need to be doing it to like help inspire others. And a classic example of this is Tom Shoes. You probably know Tom Shoes. Every time somebody buys a pair of Tom Shoes, they donate a pair of shoes to a kid in need, or to a kid in need. So like, that's absolutely amazing. Like, if that's not a why behind the brand, I don't know what is. You know, they're, every time they sell a pair of shoes, they're donating a pair. So books to read, both of these strategies that I've mentioned, they're books, okay? So make sure you go and order Blue Ocean Strategy, and you go order Start With Why. I've read both of these multiple times, and they're absolutely amazing books. So defining your audience and market. Finding out your niche. Okay, so this is super, super important. And the opportunities are endless because of the internet. So it's so important to find a niche. And, you know, you can start with a smaller audience and then expand out as your brand gets bigger, because it's definitely easier to start in a smaller industry or in an industry that you're already in, because you know much more about it and you can connect more with your customers, which I'll talk about later on in this module. So the best place to start, an industry you're in or you're very well known, like I just mentioned, and, you know, think about what are you naturally interested in, what do you know about, and ask yourself these questions below. So if you have a pen and paper, or if you have notes, take down these questions. I might also attach them in a downloadable sheet attached to this video. So ask yourself what resonates with your audience, okay? What is the most common product or industry that you get asked to promote? So just think about that for a minute. As an influencer or a creator, what brands reach out to you the most, okay? And the reason why they're reaching out to you is because they know that their product resonates with their audience. So just think about that. Also, what product or products would you actually like to sell? Like, you probably bought this program or bought this course with the intention of selling a certain product. So what is that? You know, what are your 3 favorite brands ever? So not really service-based brands, more e-commerce brands. And then ask yourself, why are these your favorite? You know, is it a product quality? Is it the branding behind it? Is it the feel of it? You know, like, why are these your favorite brands? And really keep asking yourself why until you can't go anymore. Like, what are they doing and why do you like it? And literally keep asking yourself why, and then you'll get down to the root cause, because it's probably like because your friend wore it when you were younger and you looked up to your friend. Okay, you never know. And then what gender do you want to sell to? You know, have a look at your social media insights. Have a look at, you know, is it 80% males, 20% females? Is it 50-50? You know, so have a look at that as well, because you don't want to launch a brand or a product that's just for females if most of your audience is males. Okay, so it's super important that you do this research. So getting to know your audience and your ideal customer. So you need to know your audience better than they know themselves. Okay, so at the start, this might seem pointless, but for Ecom and Chill, it's been the most valuable work we've ever done, and we went extremely deep on this. I mean, extremely deep. So some basic questions are like, what problems do they have on the daily? What are their frustrations? You know, like how do they want to improve the market, or how can you improve the market? So just to go kind of off script for a minute, with Ecom and Chill, we basically tried to figure out every single thing about influencers and creators, you know, which we done because at this point I've spoke to over 1,000 creators on the phone, and they're all repeating the same frustrations and the same problems. And for you as a creator, for someone that has an audience, you probably already know the frustrations, or you probably already know your ideal or your audience, because you're engaging with them. They're replying to your stories. They're messaging you. Okay, so it's really important that you understand who you're going to be selling to. Okay, and like I just mentioned, get live feedback from your audience. So you need to talk to your audience to get these answers. Ask these questions on your story, you know, and figure out everything got to do with them, because you need to know them more than they know themselves. Okay, so for example, put up in your story, like, what problems do you have every single day? If I was to solve one problem with a product, what would it be? You know, it could be, like I mentioned, an acne product. Some people might still might still be trying to find that perfect product for their skin, right? So how to choose the right product. So once you've actually found your niche and you have an idea for like what market you want to move into, then it's so important on actually choosing a product inside of that niche or market. So leverage your everyday experiences. What problems can you solve? Like I mentioned before, where is there opportunity? What frustrates you? So instead of your audience, what frustrates you as well? Like, what do you give out about, or what would you like changed? Okay, so ask yourself all of these questions, and you can also ask your audience the same questions. You don't have to be passionate about it. So this is a controversial topic. Oh, I need to be passionate about my product. At the end of the day, if there's enough opportunity there, if it's in a blue ocean, if it is an amazing product, you don't have to be passionate about it. The passion will come. So opportunity is all around you. Like I said, you don't have to be super passionate about an industry. The passion will come from the work. And I just have here Mark Cuban broadcast.com example, because Mark Cuban was in college and he launched a broadcasting website that allowed people to stream basketball games and other sports. And he was not a tech guy. He did not understand streaming or the internet, but he just saw an opportunity. So he took it, right? And then the passion followed. And also, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Okay, this is really important as well. People are always trying to do breakthrough products. It doesn't have to be, okay? All your product needs to do is add value to the customer, okay? So look what's coming in the future. Like look what Netflix did to Blockbuster, okay? You know, like you can look into the future and plan ahead. And at the end of the day, like I say here, your product needs to just add value to the customer. Your product just needs to be worth more than what the customer is willing to pay you. And if so, you'll have a very good product. So resources that you can use, and honestly, Knowing is telling you to do this type of research, okay? And for people that actually do sit down and do the research, they will be the ones that will find their blue ocean. They will be the ones that will find winning products, and they will be the ones that build 7-figure brands and go on to sell it one day for absolutely ridiculous amounts of money. So check out each one of these websites below. Trend Hunter, Kickstarter, Fancy, What's Trending, Social Mention, and then also like look at Google Trends as well. Have a look at Amazon. I have Amazon and Amazon here. This should be Amazon and eBay. Have a look at the Amazon reviews, okay? Figure out what's trending on social media with TikTok, YouTube, Pinterest, okay? And if you have a look at every single one of these platforms, you're going to find new products that are coming out. You're even going to find products that you've never, ever seen before, especially on Kickstarter. Then you can be like, I can do this with my audience, or I can do this product. I was on a call with someone the other day and they wanted to do merch. And then when I explained to them about how they can sell a product that people use, so people have to buy it every single month or every single quarter, and you can get them on a subscription model, that absolutely blew their mind. And I'm going to speak about that more. So make sure you do your own product research. So then the hero product. So if it's clothing, or if it's merch, or if it is something like that, if it's fashion, you don't have to launch one product. Most of the time it is better to launch a collection. But if it's something else, most of the time you're best off starting with one product, and then you'll evolve over time. Okay, start with one step at a time. Start with that hero product that you can introduce to the market, and then go again. Okay, so an example of this is an iPhone. Apple, they didn't start with that, but an iPhone is like that breakthrough product that you can start with, and then you can launch other products or upsells that come with that. Okay, and all it takes is one product. Like one product can change your life forever. And honestly, I've experienced this myself with dropshipping back in the day for products that are like super scalable and they solve problems. And also, like, you don't need to be first. I already mentioned this, like Apple and Tesla aren't first. They're just the best, right? And in regards to like one product can change your life, I had a product when I was dropshipping years ago, and this was my like breakthrough moment with e-commerce, where we literally just started with like $50 a day on ads. And within a couple of days, we were spending thousands of dollars on ads. So our return every single day was tens and tens of thousands. It was crazy. So, one product can change your life. And then product models. So I literally just touched on this a minute ago. But just think about this for a minute, because you've probably never thought about this before. So we have once off products. And to me, this is stuff like iPhones. Okay, so I'm going to give the iPhone example here. So an iPhone is a one-off product. And then to make that better, or to sell more, you can release then version 2.0, because you need people to come back and buy from you again, and you can't just have one product. You need to make sure that you're making a better version of that. Then also you could upsell people items that relate to that product. Okay, so for an iPhone, Apple now upsell obviously phone cases, chargers, screen protectors, everything like that as well, right? So then we have fashion products. So the beauty about fashion is it's the same thing people buy again. So also like people buy new products or people buy more products, right? Now the problem with fashion is it's very turn and burn, and things go out of fashion. So it means that you have to be selling and doing sales and stuff like that. So fashion can be a lot of work, because you always have to get creative. You always have to stick to the trends. You always have to create new products, new designs, get samples, do shoots. Like there's a lot of work that goes into the back end of a clothing brand, but that's fashion products. And then we have products that run out. And honestly, these are my favorite. Only recently, and we're pushing for our Attention into Dollars program. We're pushing that everyone isn't selling products that run out. So these are products that run out, like makeup, like creams, like food, like supplements. And the reason why they're the best is because if you get people used to buying these products and it becomes their daily habit, then they have to repurchase it again, or you can get them on a subscription. Okay, which is so powerful. Give them a 10 or 20% discount if they sign up for a yearly subscription. So then every single month you're getting these reoccurring payments that are coming in without actually having to go out and acquire new customers. Okay, so that is, just think about that. Do you want to launch a once-off product? Do you want to launch fashion products? Or do you want to launch a product that runs out? Okay. Just think about that. Have a look around you. Have a look at the questions I told you to ask yourself and your audience before. And once you know these 3 different categories or these 3 different models, you might think about something different. Okay. So brand fundamentals. Proof of concept. So before you go and spend your time and resources and all your hard work on your product idea, you need to get proof of concept, okay? So you need to know if there's actually demand for this product, because right now you just have your opinion, okay? You might have your audience's opinion, which is amazing, but this is why I'm telling you, you need to go out there and get proof of concept. And I'm gonna give you a crazy example. This blew my mind. This was only recently for one of the brands that we managed. We ran this test, right? So this test was, we done a sale, and it was 10% off versus 25% off. That was it. We split test this with ads and with email. We're going to give a 10% discount and we're going to give a 25% discount. And we weren't going to do this sale because it almost seemed ridiculous. Obviously, the 25% test will win. Why? Obviously people don't get shown both offers. They only get shown one offer, but we're split testing this to an audience of tens of thousands of people, and more people went with the 10%. Okay, more people bought the 10%, and also it's way more profitable because it's a 15% less discount. So that's crazy. Okay, so the market will tell you the actual answer. So many times I thought I had the $1 billion idea. Like I was certain this is the next big thing. And then I go and I'd test it. I'd spend money on ads and it would flop. Okay. So it's so important that you get proof of concept before you actually spend money and invest money on your product or on your brand. Okay. So what you need to do, how to actually do it. Talk to at least 20 people that are similar to your ideal customer, okay, and see what they think about your idea or your product. You can ask this to your audience. So, like I said, you can find these people on social media, post on your story, ask your friends or family, but sometimes it's best not to ask people that are close to you because they might be biased and just tell you what you want to hear, okay? So be careful about that, but find your ideal customer and ask people what they think. And also, don't be afraid to tell people your ideas. Sometimes people get caught up and they don't want to share their idea because they're afraid that people will steal it. Trust me, like when we first started Ecom and Chill, that's what we were like. We didn't really want to tell everyone our business model because we were like, oh, people are going to copy us because this is the best idea ever. But don't be afraid about that. Literally just share it to everyone. People are so busy with their day-to-day life that they don't have time to go and copy you. Okay? Most people don't. So ask them. These are the questions you can ask them. Would they purchase it? Would they recommend it to a friend? If not, why? How would they improve it? And get your feedback and then adjust the idea or adjust the product. So make sure you do this. Like, make sure, even if it's bad feedback, even if someone says, man, that product sucks, you'll be like, okay, why? And then they say why. They're like, I just hate the look of it, the color, it seems out of proportion. So you're like, tell me more. And then you're figuring out why they're saying that, and then you're making the adjustments, okay? And you're not gonna like some of the feedback. Some of the feedback is gonna be honest and it's gonna basically say that your product's bad. But isn't it better to get that feedback now rather than when you have 1,000 units sitting in a warehouse that you're trying to sell, okay? And also sometimes if you have an amazing product, people will actually ask you, can they buy it right now? Okay, and that's when you know you have proof of concept. So please make sure that you do this. So clarity comes through the process, okay? So this is super important, but don't spend months trying to get started or don't spend years trying to figure out your product, right? Like, momentum leads to success, and you can't change the direction of a parked car. So don't wait on your product idea. Now, I don't mean decide a product in a day. It should take you a couple of weeks to kind of come up with this idea. While you're going through the rest of this program, be thinking about product ideas, be talking to your audience, be talking to your friends, your family, and get their opinion on it. Okay, and your brand is an expression of who you are. Okay, every brand has a personality, and if it doesn't have a personality, it's not a brand, it's just a logo. Okay, and it would really help if your brand does align with your personality. The best way to see the personalities of brands, in my opinion, is check their Twitter, okay? Now, you don't have to go and set up a Twitter for your brand, but if you have a look at big corporations, big businesses, like some of them are cracking jokes on Twitter and they're really out there with Twitter, which is amazing, then that brand then has a personality. So now let's go into kind of some more details in regards to like choosing your name. Okay, so it's so important that this is relevant, and also that you're really comfortable with it, because you're going to use this name every single day from now on, or from when you choose it. And it also needs to appeal to your customer with, what's going on in their mind when they see the name. Okay, so it's really important that when someone sees the name, they understand that name and they know that what it relates to, if that makes sense, so the name relates to the product, relates to you, or relates to the brand. And personally, I wouldn't recommend naming the product after you or the brand after you. You can have it similar, but just make sure that it's not completely tied to you, because then the brand can't be scaled past your audience or investors, or the brand mightn't sell if it's attached to your name. So just be very careful of this. This isn't going to be the deciding factor if your brand is profitable or if it's going to make a lot of money, but just be aware of it. So you need to brainstorm. I find descriptive names really good. Think of descriptive words around your product or its function, or if its effects, right? So search these words on Thesaurus. This is like a platform. You plug in one word and it will give you loads of different words. And see what is there. Okay, descriptive names make your marketing and messaging much easier. So an example of this is Uber. How is Uber a descriptive word? I'm gonna Uber home. I'm gonna take an Uber to work. I'm just gonna grab an Uber. Okay, you're not saying like I'm going to grab a taxi. What taxi taking? Oh, this brand. You're saying you're gonna Uber. There's a new brand on the market right now called Bolt, and I wouldn't say I'm going to Bolt to the gym or I'm going to Bolt to work, but I still say I'm going to Uber, because it's the word and it's their marketing that they've done. Okay, and your name should be easy to remember. It should pique interest. It should make sense, and it should be open to change and development. Like I mentioned before with having to brand your name, when it comes to selling or when it comes to something else, it's really important that you can adopt and you can develop it or change it. So then your name should not be the complete opposite, really. It should not limit your brand. It shouldn't be hard to pronounce, and it shouldn't be hard to spell. Then digital ownership. So this is something that I'm big on. It's so important that you can get a good domain name and social names for your brand. Okay, so I always recommend buying the .com domain, and you can get this on GoDaddy.com. That's where I buy all my domains. So for Ecom and Chill, we chose our name based around what domains were available. So just to give you like a backstory, when we were choosing our name, we're like, okay, what name do you want to go with? And we had like 10 names in mind, but the problem was the domain names or the Google search or the Instagram names were taken from different companies. So it's really important you're thinking about that straight away. You don't want to have a brand name that every time someone searches it, your competitor shows up first. So it's really important as well that you can get the .com domain. And with Ecom and Chill, we went and bought .com, .live, .co, .co.uk, .us, .eu. We bought up every single domain, so we have complete digital ownership of that domain. And it's the same with the socials. And we also bought up other domains. If you go to TikTokandChill.com or Instagramandchill.com or BuildMyEcomBrand.com or Influencer to CEO.com, all these domains link back to Ecom and Chill. It's something I probably spend too much money on. So come up with your UVP, your unique value proposition. Okay, so this is the promise you make to your customers to give them a unique experience. This will add value to your customer and set you apart from your competition. So an example of this is Supreme. Supreme do limited drops. Once they do the drop, the value of the product then generally goes up. It's the same with Nelk. The Nelk boys, the YouTubers, they have a similar drop where products never come back. And there's so many different examples of your UVP. And you can change 4 aspects of the product to kind of do this: the design, the function, the time, and the price. So obviously Nelk and Supreme have kind of the price and the time in there, maybe the design as well. So if you Google 17 e-commerce value propositions to inspire your own, you will see a great article that gives you a lot of examples on how to think about your own. Okay, so this is super, super important that you do. So guys, that is it. So here is your action items for this module. Finish the program, watch all videos in full and complete all action items. Find your blue ocean and your why. Okay, so understand what a blue ocean is, how to find it, and how you can get your own, okay? And understand your why behind your brand. And also order both of these books. Go to Amazon right now, pick up the Blue Ocean Strategy, pick up Start With Why, and read them books. Or if you don't have time, or you don't like reading, or you don't want to listen to the book, just look on YouTube and have a look at the summaries. Okay, and then define your audience and market. You need to get clarity on all of the points and all of the questions that I listed. And I'm sure your brain is firing right now. Then you pick a product. Okay, simple as that. Do your research, narrow down your options, and then pick a product. Don't pick it within a day. Give it some time. Ask other people. And be open to other options. Like I mentioned with the different models, have a look at the different models. Do I want to do fashion? Because fashion means that you're doing photo shoots every quarter and you're constantly trying new samples and you're trying to keep up with the fashion industry and look ahead. It's a lot more work rather than creating a 2.0 version of a product. And then your brand name and your UVP. Okay, so brainstorm and choose a name for your brand and come up with your brand's UVP. Okay, if you need any help with anything, make sure you mention this in our private group and you'll get help there. There's different software that you can use for brand names or brainstorming, but make sure you do all of these action items. It's super, super important that you follow along in this program. So there are only 2 options: make progress or make excuses. So go right now, get it done, and take some action. Jordan O'Connor here, and welcome back to the e-commerce influencer. In this module, we're going to talk about design and sample mastery. And here's what we're going to cover: designing your product, finding and communicating with manufacturers, getting the perfect sample, and then packaging that wins. Okay, so let's start off with designing your product. So the importance of design: to save yourself the time and resources, make sure you do this right. Okay, if you don't invest into good design now, you'll have to do it again once you realize you're not happy with your first sample. Okay, and it's a direct reflection of your sample. The more detailed your designs are, the easier your sampling process will be. Okay, I've learned the hard way by doing this, by doing absolutely terrible designs for my first brand, and I always say that the design will be a direct reflection of your sample. Okay, and also manufacturers won't work with you. The manufacturer that you eventually choose will want certain designs, and the better the designs are, the easier it will be for them and you to get the perfect sample. Okay, and manufacturers won't even take you seriously if you don't have good designs. And I'm sure this makes sense to you. If you actually invest in a good designer and you have everything very clearly laid out in a tech pack, which I'm going to walk you through, then the manufacturer's job is much easy. You don't have to go back and forth with 100 different questions. You have everything listed there with your design. And also, from my experience with manufacturers, sometimes they will just do what they think, but that's not necessarily right. So the more details you have in your design, the better. So then, hiring your first designer. So personally, I always we have designers now, but at the start, I always go to upwork.com and post a job about your product and explain what you need designed. Okay, you can also try Fiverr or hire someone in your network or on social media. I have never hired a designer on Fiverr, but I know people that have. Okay, I always use Upwork. So then the details on paying your designer. So I'll give an example of the process. Okay, so before I walk through these questions here, I'm going to give you an example of how I would go about hiring a designer. And then if you want me to do a video on this, please request it, as I want to make these how-to videos only upon request. So I only want to make the ones that really help people. So to hire your first designer, this goes for any Upwork job. I'm going to walk through this really quickly. First of all, I'd recommend invest in the time in your job post. So spend a lot of time, be very clear on how much you want to spend, be very clear on the process, be very clear on the exact skills or traits that you want this person to have, right? Because when it comes to hiring, it's so important that you don't have to do it twice. So make sure you put out a clear, descriptive job post, and then you want to come back in about 24 to 48 hours and you want to review that job post, and then you want to shortlist people that look like they're a good fit. Generally, I go with anyone that has a good star rating, like pretty good. And also I only go with people that have earned at least over $1,000, right? So they've earned money before on Upwork. And then I shortlist them down, and then I'll review them again and have a look at their work and try and narrow them down even more. And then when I get it to about 5 or 3 people, I'll interview every single one of them, and then I'll go with the right person. It's really important that you do interview people, even if it's for a job for $500, because then you can see the difference between good and between great. Okay, so then how much do you pay them? So you can pay them per hour, you can pay them per project. Personally, I pay them per project. And how do you know if they're good? Like I said, you should have a look at their work, or you can get other designers to vet them. You should do an interview. And generally for communication, you can start off on Upwork, but right now I have all our designers inside of Slack, which is our company communications platform, and then you pay them on Upwork. So you pay Upwork holds the money, and then once the project is complete and you're happy with it, then the funds get paid out to the designer. So work together. So the designer is going to need you to work side by side with them to get the design you want, right? Because at the end of the day, all of the ideas, all the vision is in your mind. So it's so important you work with them so you can share all your details with them. Okay. And this is the next thing, get into the details. So when you're doing the design, you need to be thinking about the materials, the colors, the sizes, the feel of the product, the styles, even the function, if it actually does a physical thing. Like, this is all information that your manufacturer is going to need from you. So it's so important that you do it. And also, to get ideas, you can look at similar products, have a look at Amazon. Amazon always show you the size guides of all products, the same as other brands. And if it's like a more of a physical product, you can even create a physical 3D design to kind of get a feel and get a look of it. Okay, it's really important that you're aware of all the details of the design, because you might look at a product right now, it might seem very simple, but as you start to break it down, you figure out what's inside it, you figure out how it's made, there's a lot more details than you think. So then the steps to go through. So your design process will depend on the product. Okay, so if it is a custom product, let's say we're going with let's say it's custom clothing, but it's very unique clothing. We first want to start off with sketches. So actually getting a feel of the design and how it's going to look. So then we might do 2 sketch rounds. So I'll sketch them out. We have a look, we approve it. And then once we're happy with the sketches and we've approved them, then we will move on to illustrations. And illustrations meaning, CAD designs or designs on your computer that you've probably seen before. And then sometimes we make adjustments there. We get the illustrations perfect. And then we move on to tech packs. Okay, so the tech packs are basically every single detail of the product. So we have a photo of the illustration. Then we have the material breakdown. We have the sizing breakdown. And we have all the details of the design. Okay, and you can definitely pay for tech packs. Be expected to pay like a couple of $100s for one product. It all depends on the product. It depends on a lot of things really, but the tech packs do get a little bit more expensive. So then design drafts. So like I already mentioned, you'll need to get multiple design drafts done, maybe about 3 for each product to get the perfect design. Okay, and make sure that before you submit the design to your manufacturer, you're 100% satisfied with it and you have gone through the design process. Okay, and then finalizing your designs. Like I've kind of already mentioned, you really need to know the materials, the colors, and the size guides for your product, and you can add this into your tech pack. If you have done this right, the manufacturers will take you a lot more serious, and this will separate you from everyone else at the start. So every time, if you don't have this done, the manufacturer is going to ask you these questions anyway, but like I said, sometimes they don't. They just do what they think is best, and sometimes that can be wrong. Okay, so it's really important that if you want something done, you mention it to them, okay, because they will do it. And then just make sure when you're working with your designer that you get your sketches, illustrations, and tech packs in all the different files. So you can see here the 4 different file types that you can get, as sometimes the manufacturers won't accept a plain and simple image. So then trademarks, patents, and copyright. So research the product and make sure it doesn't have a patent or a copyright, and then apply for one if you think your product is extremely unique. So personally, I have never had any experience with patent a product, just because we've never done that much research and development for any clients at Ecom and Chill. However, some of you listening to this might have the next iPhone or the next the next product in your mind. Okay, and just be aware, if you do want to go down that road, it is more than likely going to cost you a lot more money rather than creating something that's out there right now. So finding and communicating with manufacturers. Okay, so this all depends on whereabouts your manufacturer is based. And if you're doing a custom product, it might be China. If you're doing more of a white labeled or private labeled, it might actually be out of the United States or somewhere closer to you. Okay, so the manufacturing foundations, just be aware of their culture wherever they are based. Respect their culture and be loyal to them. Like the Chinese are very honest and very loyal. Also, and if you're dealing with China, just be very aware of their holidays. The Chinese New Year every single year, which is at the end of January. and they have over 20 days off. Okay, so I think it ends up being nearly 3 weeks, and still to this day I see people forget about this, or they forget to work around it, and then you can actually see in February and March they don't actually have the stock. Okay, they're not fully stocked because of the Chinese holidays. Okay, and also like manufacturing terms, so MOQ is your minimum order quantity. So this is the smallest amount of units that you can order. Okay, so most of the time it's like 100 units, which shouldn't be an issue. We have your CPU, which is your cost per unit, so the cost for one individual unit, and the lead time, which is how long it takes for the product to be made. You know, it's really important as well to build relationships, as you know, at the start the process can be slow, but once you actually build that relationship, you become a loyal customer and you keep buying from them, you know, then the process becomes a lot faster and smoother. So it's really important that you work with them. Okay, and also ethical manufacturers. So this is more so got to do with like sustainability and people that like fair trade, they pay their employees right and stuff like that. Okay, so this is really important, especially in today's world, and how consumer buying behaviors have changed. Okay, so it's really important that you look into this, and some manufacturers have the certs that you can go off, so then you can use that in your marketing. Okay, and you can also start local. Personally, I've never done this, but depending on the product, like I said, it can be more expensive, but if you're local, sometimes you can go with this, and then you can have that as part of your UVP. Okay, so you can leverage that to say that you're local, you know, we have our office here, or the product is made here locally. So I've seen people do that, but personally I don't have any experience with it. So where to find the best? So this all depends if you want to get a custom product, if you want to go for the private label or the white label, or if you want to drop ship. However, most of the time people are going to be going with custom or private label or white label, and you can still get them in China. It's probably best off that you do go to China. It's where we source majority of our products for our clients. So the best place you can go is Alibaba.com. Okay, I'm sure we all know it. It's the world's largest e-commerce platform, and you can search manufacturers there that are already selling or creating similar products to what you want to sell. Okay, so it's very simple. And if you're not sure on this, if you can't find the right product or the right suppliers that you want, let me know in the private support group, and I will make a how-to video walking through exactly how to do this, but I touch on it a little bit more in this module. So advanced sourcing. So there's some other companies that you can use, and if you can get around the Google Translate, because all these are in Chinese, you'll find yourself finding a lot of untapped products or manufacturers that have great potential to be good sellers, and even at cheaper costs. Okay, so you can see the website links below. These are quite advanced, but they are extremely good, especially if you're trying to find a more advanced product or you're trying to find a better price. The communication might be harder, but you could find better products for less. And then gold standard suppliers. So gold standard, this is a term on Alibaba, and it's manufacturers with 5+ experience. Okay, and gold standard also means that they pay for a membership and that they have passed a manufacturer approval process from Alibaba. Okay, so you also see this on the likes of Airbnb, where Airbnb come and they verify your house. They say that you're a verified seller, or that you're a like platinum seller, and this is the same thing. Okay, so any time we're dealing with Alibaba, we always make sure that we go with a gold standard supplier. Okay, and then leverage your community and network. So spend time researching and shortlisting suppliers, and you can also reach out to your network or people in the group and see, does anyone already know or have relationships with any manufacturers in your industry. So generally, if you're reaching out to anyone, they might see you as a competitor, so they might not always give you their manufacturer. Like honestly, this has never happened to me, but some of our clients this has happened to before. So it's really important that you try and do this anyway, you know, because some people do just want to help you. And then communicating with manufacturers. So ask a lot of questions, okay, and make sure you understand everything. And always be nice to them. Use simple English and negotiate your prices with everything and build a lasting relationship. Okay, so it's really important that when they give you a price, negotiate with them on that price, but don't try and hammer them home. Like, don't keep negotiating, because then the next time what they're going to do is they're just going to put the prices higher because they know that you're going to negotiate with them. Okay, so you need to find this kind of happy medium here, because I've seen this happen before. We've almost tested this where we come at them with two different companies and see do they give us the same price. And if we're constantly trying to get them lower on price, they're going to start higher. Okay, that's just how they work. So you need to work closely with your manufacturer and also listen to what they have to say, as they're very well educated on the product design and the materials. Okay, so sometimes it is good to get their opinion. I always tell them the details that I want, but sometimes I'll also get their opinion on it, because that's what they're doing every single day. And most of the time it's around a select few products, so they know what is best. So how to choose the one to work with. Okay, so this is the process I've used dozens of times, not multiple, to find amazing manufacturers on Alibaba. Okay, so I'm going to walk through the process. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to shortlist the best manufacturers that you have found. Okay, so generally I'd recommend 25 plus, but you can do more, and make sure they're all gold standard. They have 5 years plus experience. Check out their company profile, make sure they have dozens of employees, like not just a couple of employees, and check what other brands they've worked with before. Check out their catalogs and stuff like that, right? Then you want to send them all the same message on Alibaba. So generally I have a simple template message just saying, hey, I'm interested in this product, here's what I'm looking for. And then you want to communicate with them. You'll generally see some won't really respond, some will give you an automated response, and some people will really show interest. So then the ones that shown interest, you want to add about 10 plus on WhatsApp, and then you want to send them all the same second message. So the same second message could be, can you show me examples, or what is your cost per unit, or can you get it done in this time frame? Okay, so then you want to communicate with them 10 plus manufacturers over the space of a few days, or even a week if you need to. And then generally you want to narrow down like 3 manufacturers, because most of the time, from my experience, you'll get 1 or 2, maybe 3 that will really stand out. Okay, they'll go the extra mile with showing you product examples, they'll send you videos, they'll give you website examples, samples. They'll really go the extra mile. Okay, and that's what you're looking for here. Trust me, if you go through this process properly, this should happen to you. And then you want to choose the one that has been the best, and then you want to push forward and get samples with them. Okay, so it's kind of, it doesn't happen overnight. You can't just go on and find a manufacturer tonight. Most of the time, the most important thing after the product quality is the communication, because that's really all we have with them is the communication. So it's really important that you do this process. If you only reach out to 5 people, you're not going to find one. Like I said, the reason I have 25 plus here is because that's what it takes to find a good one. Like I said, it can be more. So then getting the perfect sample. So here's what you need to have done before you continue. Okay, this is so important. Make sure you have this done before you get your sample. So make sure you've defined your audience and market. You've chosen your product or products, and you have it designed, and the tech pack's 100% finalized. Okay, at this point you've reached out to 25 plus manufacturers. You can even do 50, and then you've communicated with them all and you've narrowed them down until you've decided with one that you want to get samples with. Don't just reach out to 5 manufacturers and pick one because you like their name and then you get a sample with them. Okay, you're gonna waste your money. So then ordering your samples. So the first one will never be perfect. We had this with a client before where they weren't happy with the first sample, and it's a sample. Okay, this is what it is for. Like I have here, the point of a sample is to get a feel for the product and to see what changes are needed. Okay, I've never had a sample that was perfect the first time. If you get white labeled products, it can be different. Okay, you can get a perfect sample with a white labeled product, because it's a product that already exists and you're just putting your branding on it. However, most times you still will make 1 or 2 changes. And then price and delivery of your sample. So you'll always pay around 3x your CPU, which is your cost per unit, for the sample, as the manufacturer needs to order all of the materials individually. Like they need to do a one-off order. They have to order it in like a small quantity. They have to do the design. Sometimes if it's like plastic products, they have to do one-off molds. So it's a little bit more expensive for them to do a one-off product. So you'll also pay a lot more for the shipping, right? As you're going to get express shipping, so it's going to cost you a little bit more. And make sure you get express shipping. I've also seen people get standard shipping from China, and it takes 3 or 4 weeks for them to get the sample, and that is just really delaying your process. Then review and repeat. Okay, this is what it is. So you need to repeat the sampling process until you have the perfect sample. This is so important. If you follow me on social media, you've seen me talk about this multiple times. So if the first sample is the wrong size, you then need to adjust your design and the size guides, and then double check everything else, and then order your next sample round. Okay, this is so important. Check everything about the sample. If it's clothing, wear it, wash it, stretch it, give it to some friends, put it through the test, and then figure out, okay, what do I need to change here? Go back to your designs, make the adjustments, and then submit it again. Okay, so get the perfect sample. Don't be lazy and just do the bulk order and make the changes. Okay, please don't do this. That will be an expensive mistake. Keep getting samples until you have the perfect product. Okay, and also I have here a material lookbook. So when you get a sample, you can also ask the manufacturers to send you a material lookbook so you can get a feel of the other colors and the other materials that they have out there for your product. And then once you have the perfect sample, you need to validate your product, okay? We do this by testing your MVP, which is your minimal viable product, okay? So before the bulk order, you need to make sure that there's actually a demand for the product now that you have the sample. So I'm sure that makes sense. You've got proof of concept from the market before. Now you actually have your product. You need to go back to the market and see, will people buy it? Okay, and this is where I have market feedback. Go to shops, go to businesses, and pitch people on bulk orders to see what they think. Okay, try and selling the product that you have right now to your friends or even to strangers on the street and get live market feedback. If something is wrong with the sample, you will soon find out. Okay, and people you don't know can be better as they won't be biased. I already mentioned this before when talking about what product to choose, and you must do this. Okay, if you don't, you'll get the bulk order and no one will actually want the product that you have created and spent a lot of money on. Okay, so find out what people want and give it to them. This will also help minimize risk. So you're an influencer, you're a creator, you already have the audience, okay? And if you got proof of concept from your audience and now you have the product and you go back to the market again and people are like, oh my God, that's amazing, then you're almost guaranteed to sell out, okay? As long as you have that authentic relationship with your audience. So also looking at their first reaction is very important. You can even record them if you're allowed. Like, this is really, really good feedback, okay? And if you show this to 25 people and they have to be your ideal customer, this will give you the answer if people actually want your product, okay? Because people can't hide their facial expressions. Okay, and also test your product. I've already talked about this, but this is so important to test your product as much as you can. Use them, wash them. This all depends on your product, but just make sure it does or looks the way it's meant to be, right? Really, really important. I think we've all seen them memes and videos go around where it's like what you expected and then what you got. So it's really important that it is what it is. Super, super important. So then packaging that wins, really important, and this will really help your brand stand out. So why do you need custom packaging? You want to design an unboxing experience that people can talk about, post about, and share. Okay, getting custom packaging isn't really that expensive. It's worth every penny. Most of the time you need to order in bulk, but it is completely worth it. Okay, packaging is a part of your brand identity and it needs to be amazing. A good unboxing experience brings up the perceived value of the product. So the perceived value of the product basically means that, for example, I have Secret Lab chair here. This is just an office chair that I bought before that was like $300. But when the packaging got here, it was in this big massive box and they just had like clear instructions, everything, even they had their own custom tools and then they had their own custom toolbox, and it just made the product so amazing. I just wanted to record it. I wanted to share it with my friends. It was just the best unboxing experience that I ever had, and I'm still talking about it today because of that. Okay, so it's really important that you invest the time into having a good unboxing experience. Okay, so then finding packaging suppliers. So you can go to a separate packing company because that's more than likely what your manufacturer will do anyways. They're just going to charge you more. Okay, so just Google packing manufacturers that are in the area near your current manufacturers and then get samples before your final decision, like I already talked about. Then you can also use the same designer that you used for your product. Okay, and if you don't want to deal with another manufacturers, you can just go through yours, get a quote and see what they normally charge. And like I said here, you have to order at least 1,000 units most of the time, but as it's only packaging, it can be super, super cheap. So then details of design and unboxing. So this is what you need to be thinking about, okay? What unboxing experience do you want them to have, okay? Think about this. What's the one product that you remember buying and you were blown away by the packaging? So just think about that. Think about it for a minute. What's the one product, makeup, beauty, all these products do, they do a really good, it's really good examples of good unboxing. Also like the iPhone, when you buy a new iPhone, Apple were the first ones to have that like box that is almost like sucked together. And then when you pull it off, it's so satisfying. All right. So think about that. Think about what's the best unboxing experience you've ever had. And then you also need to think about the shipping cost. Okay. So because your product now has packaging around it or a box around it, or you have stuff inside of that box, it could be heavier. So it means that your shipping cost could be more. So just be aware of this as well. And yeah, as I already said here, the box is bigger or heavier, so it can be more expensive. So then key things to consider, the look, the kind of packaging that it is. So if you want to do, reusable packaging, and the feel and the texture, the weight, the size. Then also if you're going with teeth whitening or something like that, like gels, sometimes you need to have warning labels or regulations on them. So then that's everything for this module. So here's your action items. Number 1 is finish the program, watch all videos in full and complete all of your action items. Go and hire a designer, post a job on Upwork, review all the proposals, and then hire your designer. And if you want a video on how to do that, let us know in the private group. And then reach out to manufacturers, message 25 plus manufacturers in Alibaba, and then get them on WhatsApp. And then order your samples, find the manufacturer for you, and get multiple samples until you're 100% satisfied. Please make sure you're 100% happy with your final sample, and then focus on your packaging. So design your packaging and complete your unboxing experience. Make it amazing. Make it so good that people can't help but share it with their friends. And then validate your product. Make sure you get proof of concept and you go to the market with your product and people actually want it. Okay. So if someone else is doing something, that means that you can do it. Keep going, keep pushing, and I'm super excited to see what brand you're going to build. Jordan O'Connor here, and welcome back to the e-commerce influencer. And in this module, we're going to talk about accelerated production and delivery. And here's what we're going to cover: bulk order details, your product pricing and your offer, legal terms and the schedule, and then shipping and storage. So your bulk order details, make sure your sample is 100%. You're probably like, oh God, he's mentioning this again. So do not start your bulk order until your product is 100%. If you need anything else changed, just wait a couple of days or a week and get one more sample. Okay, I've learned this the hard way. Then also validate your product. Do not proceed with the bulk order if you haven't validated your product. I talked about this in the last module, but if you haven't done this, okay, and you move forward, you could potentially waste thousands of dollars on a product that won't sell. Okay, so don't take any shortcuts here. I know you just want to get the brand started. I know you're excited, but it's so important that you do this first. Make sure the sample's 100% and then get proof of concept from the market. I've seen people that have launched products and they haven't worked, and I asked them, did they do these two things? And they say no. Okay, so how much stock should you order? This is a hard question to answer, but let me try and help. You want to order enough stock so you can actually make some good profits, but also something that can sell out within the first few days or the first few weeks. Okay, if you sell out, it will create a demand around your brand and your product. Okay, and really, this all depends on what product you have. Is it a single product? Is there a collection? Okay, what is the cost per unit? What is the minimum order quantity? What is your audience size? You know, so there's so many variables here that you probably understand why I can't give you an answer. It also depends on how much budget you have, what you're willing to spend. So really, if you're unsure, you can send a message into the private coaching group, but do the maths up yourself on, you know, how much you would expect to sell in the first few weeks, and only go off data from previous posts and brand deals that you've done before in the past. Don't go off your opinion, because most of the time people like to say, oh, if I just sell to 1% of my audience, or 1% or 10% of my story viewers, or if everyone that clicks, if only half of them buy. Okay, it doesn't work like that. Most of the time, website conversion rates are like 1 to 3%. Okay, so you need to send a lot of traffic to sell a lot of units. Okay, especially if people don't know you. So just make sure you go off numbers and data, not opinion. So cost per unit, so CPU, I've mentioned this. So the more you order, the cheaper each unit cost will be. For example, if you order 100 units, the CPU might be $12, but if you order 1,000 units, the CPU might be $10. So if you order more, you're actually saving money. So this is going to be the same with every supplier, and no matter what product it is. So you just need to weigh up the options, you know, like what is best for you. This might come into about 500 units, you know. So 100 units, generally the cost per unit is too much. So you want to go a little bit higher so you can get a cheaper cost per unit. And then negotiate with suppliers. So when they say no, that really means it's not what I like. Okay, so always reject the offer. And then with your first order, like, you might not get them down much. You might get them down like 10 cents per unit or even less. But as you go on and as you buy more units and as your brand grows and you start to order tens of thousands of units, that's when you'll have more leverage. Okay, and I also have white label and drop shipping here. So if you're white labeling products, it's a similar process where you're going to be ordering units. However, the turnaround time on white labeled or private labeled products can be a lot quicker, because generally they only need to put a branding on it, or a wrapper or a label, rather than doing a custom product. So the turnaround time here can be much quicker, like a week or 2 weeks. Right, and then obviously with drop shipping, I don't recommend drop shipping. I really don't recommend it. I've made a lot of money in drop shipping in the past. I used to spend a lot of time doing drop shipping. However, things are changing. Shipping times are changing. People are becoming more aware, and also the product quality just isn't there. Okay, if you do want to do drop shipping, there is some ways that you can do it. So if you do want to know more, just send an email to team@ecomandchill.com or message me in the private coaching group, and I can help you out there. Okay, so product pricing and offer. So product pricing is a huge psychological factor for a buyer in assessing whether your product has enough value. Okay, so if you don't focus on your product pricing, you're going to sell a lot less and have less of a competitive advantage. So product pricing and your offer is really, really important. And people just think a price is a price, but there's so much that comes into a good offer. And with services, offer kind of comes in more and there's guarantees, but with a product, you can still tie it in. And I'll talk more about this. So how much should I sell for? So first of all, we want to figure out how much you're actually getting the product for, okay? And I recommend a minimum of 2.5x what you pay for it to get to your warehouse, okay? So not what you pay cost per unit. We want to calculate in the shipping to get to your warehouse as well, okay? But you should be looking to charge more. You should be looking to charge up to 4x what it costs to get into your warehouse or to your office, okay? So you want to do your own research on this, have a look at competitors and see what they're selling for. I never recommend going cheaper, as we're not looking for the bargain hunters. This will just lead to more hassle. Trust me, you don't want to shoot for less. So for example, if your cost per unit is $10, you want to sell for $40+, right? Because it might cost you another $2 or $3 to get that to your warehouse. And then you want to sell, 2.5x minimum. So you want to be selling for at least $40. So this is also important because if you ever look into wholesale, you'll need to cut your selling price in half. So I gave a recent example of Max Chewing. He has a brand called Sour Strips, and a lot of his revenue comes from wholesale. However, he'd be selling, he has to cut his selling price in half or probably more to sell to these bigger companies. And then always be testing. So this is not something that you set in stone today and that's the end of it, okay? You need to test your pricing, test your offer, and don't undervalue your brand, okay? If you don't test your offer or pricing, it will never get better and you'll never be more profitable. So there's a lot of companies out there that will literally up their pricing every single year because of inflation and because they're getting more proof of concept. They will constantly be adjusting their pricing, and you've probably noticed it as well with absolutely everything. Businesses are always changing their pricing, okay? It always happens. So don't be afraid to test this don't be afraid to test out your pricing, okay? People don't notice this stuff. So then there's two price methods that we can go with: cheap and scale or fair price, good margin, okay? So with cheap and scale, be prepared to lose a lot of money by growing this sort of brand. You'll need big pockets and you need a business that generates order frequency, as you're going to need that to make up for a lost profit down the line. So we really don't want to be doing this. We want to be going for more of a premium brand, and we want to charge more, as it's very hard to undercut the big brands because they're ordering tens of thousands of units or hundreds of thousands of units, maybe even millions. So they're getting their cost per unit much less than you are, okay? So then the second option is fair price, good margin. So the notion of fair price may seem a little vague, but with research, you can determine what a customer will position as fair, okay? Somewhere between a happy margin and a fee that covers customer acquisition costs. So to me, that's what's fair. Plus, at the start, you won't need to worry about this because most of your initial sales will actually come from your audience that you've already spent the time and the hard work to build it up, okay? So for me, this is where the best brands sit right now in regards to the brands that everybody knows. Like, think Gymshark. The products don't cost mega money, but they're at a fair price and they don't discount that often, and they're at scale, right? They're not just a brand that are just in the UK. They're at a large scale now. Because of that, it can be scaled everywhere because they have this fair price model. So the cheapest rarely win these days, as people want to be seeing more expensive items on social media, which I'm sure you're aware, okay? But still, people still do love low prices and big discounts. But if you can find a way to make that work, it's the quickest way to enter a market. And you're super competitive. You can enter you don't have to be in a blue ocean if you're charging less than everyone else. But be careful, don't kill yourself before you've even started. So make sure if you are going in at a lower price, make sure that you can still make money and you're well aware of the competition that will follow. So then basic production costs. So you have your manufacturing cost per unit, you have your packaging cost per unit, you have your average shipping cost per unit, and then you have your warehousing and your 3PL cost per unit. Okay, so it's really important for you to understand how much it actually costs you per unit. You need to get a profit margin calculator. There was no need to me to plug one in here. Literally just use Google a profit margin calculator, and you can input your costs of each of these, and it will tell you how much it's costing you or what your profits are for each product. And this is really important stuff because most people think that it's the cost per unit. Oh, that's the cost. But there's all these added costs, and then you only end up having like very, very small margins, and then you wonder why your business isn't generating cash flow every month. Well, it's because there's all these other expenses that you think aren't a big deal, but they really, really do add up. Okay, so it's really important. This is more on the business side of stuff, but as you scale, you really need to look at this because cash flow will become the name of the game, because you're going to have to be constantly buying more stock, buying new collections, trying to get ahead of time, and this is where cash flow becomes really, really important. So legal terms and schedule. So production time frame. So production can take anywhere from a few weeks to a few months to complete, okay? And really, it depends on your product and everything else, but you want to get an estimate time from your manufacturer before you pay for the bulk order, and then you want to add a time frame or a date to when the order must be complete or when it must be shipped, and if not, you get it for cheaper, okay? So this is a really good one if you get a manufacturer to agree with this. Most of them will not, but it's still always worth pushing this as well, okay? And especially if it's like, okay, they say 4 weeks and you're like, okay, if it's not shipped by 8, I get 20% or 10% off my order, okay? And also how to deal with quality control. I don't hear anybody talking about this, and this is so important, especially when it comes to your profit margins as well. So you need to make sure that the quality or the product quality is good at every single stage, okay? So you can hire a professional inspector. We've done this before with some brands, so you can do this, especially if it's a really expensive order, or if it's a smaller order, you can just get photos and videos. And be careful because on average, it's 2 to 5% is the normal damage rate. Now, sometimes it can be 1%, sometimes it can be 2, sometimes it can be 4, but just be aware, if you get 1,000 units, like 2 or 3% of that order is going to be damaged and the products are going to be useless, okay? So make sure that you say to your suppliers and manufacturers, make sure that you get that money refunded or credited off your next order, okay? And then also like random inspection on 20% of items. So you can do this, you can get the inspector to inspect like just 20% of the items at random. And then any defects, make the manufacturer pay for it or give you credit, and then ask the supplier or the manufacturer what their percentage of breakage is, okay? So they should know this, and if not, you need to like ask them, why don't you know this? Like, do you get it perfect every time, right? Because they can't. It's how manufacturing works. Certain products get damaged. So you want to include the damage rate and the terms into a legal agreement so you don't lose out on the items when they're damaged. This is so important. Like, people don't talk about this. We recently had this with a client where we mentioned it before. We had like a 2% damage rate, and then we basically got that money refunded. Okay, and it's like, okay, amazing, that will go towards our next bulk order. But if we didn't say that to them, as we're dealing with them for the first time, they might have not said anything, but because we addressed it at the start, they were aware and they knew that they had to refund us the money. So agreements. Not all suppliers will sign an agreement, so make sure you say it to them straight away and make it clear that you will not order any products unless they sign the agreement. So generally this is like working outside of a platform, so if you're going direct with them, but still at the end of the day, an agreement is good, but like, let's be honest, it's very hard to sue someone in China or sue a manufacturer. Like, I don't have any experience with that. I'm sure the process is quite difficult and it probably wouldn't be worth your money. But still, if you want them to take you serious, you can do this. That's why it's important to use Alibaba and stuff at the start, because you have 18 months of seller and buyer protection. Right, so then payments. You can do wire transfers. Just make sure you get proof of payment. You can also use PayPal or other payment processors. However, you'll need to pay a transfer fee, which will end up being quite expensive. And on a side note, I really dislike the company PayPal. I think they're very unethical. They don't care about their customers and they don't care about their sellers. When it comes to, payment processing, they hold a lot of money on people. You might have experienced this before. And I think the company is changing now, but it's so rooted in me. I've had such bad experiences with them that I would never recommend using PayPal, being honest. Especially their fees are going crazy. But honestly, probably one of the worst experiences I've ever had with a company. So then you can also use Western Union, is very good. You have to pay a fee, but it can be worth it. It's lower than PayPal and stuff like that. But if you choose a gold quality supplier on Alibaba or any supplier on Alibaba, you shouldn't have any issues, but it's always worth doing your own research on the manufacturer. But on Alibaba, the payment system is really, really good. There is a small fee, but it's not much at all. And also negotiate with the supplier to pay 50% of the payment before the production has started, and then the other 50% once the order is finished and ready to be shipped. That should be shipped in our production. So if they say no, you want to use leverage, right? So you can show them proof of funds, and then you let them know that you will pay once the products are finished. You just want to make sure that you don't hand over thousands of dollars without seeing any finished product. And most of the time, a lot of suppliers are happy to do 50-50 or 60-40. A lot of them are quite reasonable at this, especially on the smaller amounts. So make sure you mention this, because like I said, if you don't mention this, they're going to make you pay 100% upfront, right? So it's really important that you come in and you mention these things to them, because then they'll do it for you. But if you don't mention it, you're not going to get it. So shipping and storage. So there's two types of storage and fulfillment. There's no right or wrong. Okay, it's completely down to what you want and what option makes more sense to you as a brand and as an entrepreneur. So the first one is in-house fulfillment. Okay, so this is when you store all of the stock in your office and in your warehouse and you ship everything yourself. Okay, and then the second option is 3PL, which is a third-party logistics center. This is when you outsource all of your storage and shipping to another company. Your 3PL is based where the majority of your audience is located. Okay, so to be 100% open and honest, the first partner that we're going to give you is ShipBob. ShipBob is a partner that we use for all of our clients. So we store and ship the products from their warehouses. Okay, they have warehouses all around the world: United Kingdom, Ireland, Europe, Australia, America, Canada. They have warehouses absolutely everywhere, and they're one of the best 3PL companies in the world. So if you are thinking about going to a 3PL company, make sure you use ShipBob. And also, before you do work with ShipBob, make sure you message into the private group and we will get you a discount. We should be able to waive your setup fee for you, okay, which is normally $1,000. So make sure you use ShipBob if you're considering that. And just to weigh the two of these up, in-house is very good if you're not planning on traveling and you're living in an area, or you have a house in an area and you're planning on getting an office, or you can get a warehouse for cheap. Then it's really good, especially if you can see yourself staying there for the long term and you can really build amazing company culture around this. If your goal is to build a brand or an office where you live, then you can get your first employees in the office, which has a very beneficial, has an advantage because you're building company culture, the team's in there, the stock's there, and you're kind of all in one, okay? Rather than using a 3PL, it's not like you're building much of a brand, say, because everyone might be remote, and then there's you're not sure on the stock, and there's kind of pros and cons to both of it. You just need to think what's best for you. However, we work with ShipBob and it's been an absolutely amazing experience. So then shipping details. So you are competing against all of the top brands like Amazon, who are getting products shipped within the hour. Honestly, I think Amazon are going to start getting products shipped within a couple of minutes soon. So the most important thing is that you get the right product to your customer in the quickest time possible. Okay, you need to track all orders and send it to the customers, or they will freak out. Okay, so this day and age, people just expect everything. And then with shipping regulations, just make sure there's no regulations on your product Like if you have food or drink or even certain creams, sometimes you need, there's certain regulations in different countries. So just to go back over, if you are in-house, you have to have the storage facility, which you'll have to pay rent. You'll also have to get the equipment. You'll more than likely have to get like racks, storage units, and then you'll also have to get all of the packaging supplies, the label printers, and then you'll have to get set up with a courier in your local area that will come to your office or your warehouse every day and pick up the products. Okay, this is not hard done. You can get this done in a couple of hours. Like, you can organize all this pretty quickly, but it just means that you need to stay on top of a lot of other things. With ShipBob, you literally just need to send your products to them, and then they can even notify you automatically when they're about to sell out. So you can order more, and then you also have a representative at ShipBob that you can work side by side with to make sure everything is running super smooth. And it's literally an integration straight into your Shopify store, and that's it done. Okay, I'm talking about them because I absolutely love them. So, shipping from your supplier. So you might be wondering, okay, Jordan, that all makes sense, but how do I get my products from China or from the Middle East or from Turkey or Ukraine even? How do I get these products to my warehouse or to ShipBob or to a 3PL? So there's two options you can go with, but it all depends on your product, okay? So you should get a price on both options, which is air and sea, and then weigh up your options. So we've often sent 20% of stock by air and the rest by sea. So there's two options. You can ship by air, which is very fast, but now it has gotten crazy expensive. I mean, it's ridiculous. Or you can ship by sea, which is super slow, but it is much, much cheaper. So you need to weigh up the options here. And if something is small enough to like fit in your hand, you should probably just ship it by air. But if you can't hold it in your hand and it's heavy, you should probably ship it by sea. So just have a think about it. But to be honest, what makes the most sense to me is literally do 20% by air, so you'll have it straight away and you can do your pre-launch or your pre-sale or limited edition, and then have the rest shipped by sea. But all depending on where you're shipping it to and where your factory is, this can take like 2 or 3 months, sometimes even more. Okay, so just be very aware of this. And also with sea, the tracking is very, very bad. So you'll be unsure, you'll be like uncertain, and it can be stressful with sea because you don't have any control over it. Okay, so I would recommend getting 20% shipped by air. If you have any questions about this, send a message into our private support group. So here is your action items for this module. Finish the program, watch all videos in full, and complete all the action items. Number 2, how many units should you order? Get a good idea of how much stock you would be able to sell to your audience. Okay, legal agreements, work on your legal agreements or understand them, and reach out to your suppliers and make sure that you're protected in every single way. Honestly, I've never really had a bad experience with a supplier. Most of them are very ethical. Most of them are good. Most of them go above and beyond, and the product quality is amazing. However, that is because of how I outreach or how we've outreached to them. And so we make sure that we get the best one. Product pricing, figure out what you're going to sell your product for, and then build an amazing offer attached to that. So it's not just a price. Here's what you get with our products. Benefit, or here's the features, right? In-house versus 3PL, weigh up the pros and cons for each and decide weigh up the pros and cons and decide what works best for you right now. Okay, so just because you choose one doesn't mean you can't go with the other. So you can start with 3PL, and then as your company grows, as you're doing 20, 50, 100 grand a month, you can be like, okay, let's get a warehouse and let's get the first full-time employee in there, and then you're building that company culture. Okay, so just whatever is best for you, don't stress about it. So think about it. What's the worst thing that can happen if you just totally go for it? So keep going, keep pushing, and keep building this brand. Jordan O'Connor here, and welcome back to another module of the e-commerce influencer. Before we dive in, I just want to remind you how lucky you are to have an audience on social media. Okay, I say this a lot and a lot of people take it for granted, but there's so many people out there right now posting content every single day, wishing they had a following like you do, wishing they had 100,000 followers on TikTok or on Instagram or on YouTube. So really, it's really important that you take advantage of that and you build your own brand so you have more freedom and security to do whatever you want, right? So in today's module, we're talking about high converting content and your store. And here's what we're going to cover: creating content on social media, product details. We're going to go through the Shopify basics and the structure, and then integrations and apps. So creating content on social media. So why you need the best content. Okay, so content can make or break your branding. We highly recommend investing in amazing content. Okay, so don't just use your iPhone for your first shoot. You need high quality photos. Obviously, for UGC and for TikToks, you can use your phone. But what I'm talking about here is product images, product shots. For your website, it's really important that you have high quality images. So once you get your final samples and you have submitted your bulk order, then you want to start getting content. Okay, if you don't have all of your samples in the sizes or colors that you need to order more of them so you can get all of the colors in the photo shoot or all the different product variants. So then your content strategy. So you need a content strategy so you can build your presence in line with your brand, okay? It needs to be intentional and not random. You need to have content pillars inside of your brand, and you can choose the pillars around your audience, around what they're interested in, okay? So you should have 3 to 5 pillars. So like some ideas is your one pillar can be directly related to your product, and then the second one, it should surround or support that content, if that makes sense. So for Gymshark, for example, their first one is they have products and promotions. So that's their main one. They have products and then they're letting you know about them products. Then their second one is workout videos, and then their third one is inspiration. And Gymshark, the content that they post is honestly amazing. They get very, very creative with it. And also they add a bit of like humor and stuff like that. Like some of their content can be quite funny. I'll never forget that on April Fools, or maybe it was for their birthday, they said, "Happy birthday, Jim Shark." And as if it was a person's name, like Jim Shark. And they got a bunch of celebrities to wish Jim Shark a happy birthday. It was obviously on Jim Shark's anniversary, and it was just an amazing piece of content that they done. It was just great. So have a look at what these other brands are doing. Have a look at what the other brands that are dominating in your industry are doing. And then when you look at it from this angle, you'll now be aware of the different content pillars that they're posting. And this is just really important stuff that you need to lay down at the start, and then you can push forward with them. So your content will be intentional and not random. So there's 3 types of content that you need to get. So it's really important when you're going to do your photo shoots. It's the same again. You need to have a plan. You need to go in there knowing the content you need to get and not just have it random, right? I've been involved with a lot of photo shoots, and I've seen certain photographers really dominate others because they come into the shoot and they're prepared. They have photos, they have examples, they have ideas of exactly what shots they need to get. So when they're looking at another shot, they can just go do it. Right? So if a photographer, or if you're doing this, if you don't have experience, it's going to be hard to find these money shots, which I'm going to talk about. So there's 3 types of content: product shots, lifestyle shots, and money shots. Let's walk through them. So product shots. So these are the shots taken in the studio where you really get to show off your goods. And when you're in the studio, you can use props, you can get creative, and make sure you take lots of angles. Okay. And make sure also that all your images are the same. So you get the same product shot for each product, right? So when it's on your collection feed in your store, it looks really, really neat and tidy. You don't want different backgrounds or different product sizes. This is super important. So number 2, you have your lifestyle shots. So let customers see your products being used in real-time situations. Okay, so think model shots of your brand or of your product being used by humans. Okay, so really it gives people the feel or the size or the shape or the fit of the product. It depends what it is. And like I said, images will really vary from brand to brand, and it depends what you're selling. But an example, I keep giving clothing, but let's say jewelry, this can be people. A lifestyle shot can be someone dressed up in a restaurant or out and about wearing their jewelry, showing it off, right, with an outfit. So lifestyle shots can be harder to get. Sometimes you might need influencers to get them, which I'm sure you know how to do. But it's really important that you have them as well, because if you see a brand that just has product shots or studio shots, it doesn't really pop. It's something different about it. You need the lifestyle shots. So then you have your money shots. So these are worth investing in if you get the right one, okay? And it could be worth its weight in gold, okay? So these shots are used on like the most important campaigns. These can be used on your website header. They can be used in your ads, okay? And for me, like the money shot is an image that requires a detailed setup and where the product is super clear and it really, really stands out. And these are the product images that they won't just come to you or it won't just happen. You kind of need to research and you need to go in knowing you need to find this shot, or go in like knowing these are the shots you're gonna try and go for. Okay, sometimes it can be hard to explain, but I'm sure you get the point. Okay, and any questions, just ask into our support group. But I'm going to say it again, when you're going for your shoot, get as much content, get as much angles, get as much videos, and make sure that you have ideas before you go in and start getting content. So then, personal versus business page. Because you already have a following and you're used to doing everything on your page, but now we need to actually change it a little bit, steer the ship, because we're now building a business, right? So you need to start building your brand page as soon as you get your first sample. So not when you get your bulk order, when you get your first sample, and give people an incentive to go follow your page. Okay, so people are super busy on social media. It's hard to get them to do stuff. So give them an incentive, like a giveaway, or you're going to do something else for the first 1,000 people that follow or something like that, right? Your personal page will probably drive the most traffic or do the most selling, but you also need a brand page so you can treat it like an actual business and not just like a side project, right? And also when it comes to running ads, it's super important that you have a established page that you can then leverage to run ads on, right? And also just for people looking the brand up, they're not always going to know that it's attached to you, okay? So where and what should you post? To be honest, you probably know more about this about me because you probably spend more time on social media and testing other platforms. But it's important to get on all platforms where you have a presence and start posting content around your brand. You know, a really, really good idea is you can even do a story on TikTok or on Reels within the coming weeks of your brand launching, right? And really show the behind the scenes on what's going on with the brand. And if you do this right, they can be like more emotionally attached to the brand then, because people are engaging with your videos. If you've seen these TikToks or these videos of people doing like part 1, part 2, part 3, if someone sees part 10, then they're like, oh, they love part 10. They'll actually click back onto your page and they'll go through and watch all 10 of the videos. So this is super engaging content. I've seen a couple of creators do this really good, but not so much with a brand, but I know it can work. I know there's people doing it. I just haven't came across them yet because I don't spend much time scrolling. But try this out. If you're a good content creator, I guarantee you this will crush it. And if you build up that excitement for your launch, you'll do absolutely amazing. Honestly, for everyone listening, like I know you'll absolutely crush your launch if you do everything that I'm telling you. So then the power of social proof. You kind of have this because you're a creator or an influencer, but in regards to like content, if you create a product that others vouch for publicly, so when you're doing an ad, or if you like on your page, if you have likes, reposts, comments, reviews, product tags, it all depends on what platform, it will guarantee demand from others, okay, even if the product is truly average, which we don't want to go for, but still, because most people want what everyone else wants, okay, so and that's why we have trends. So using the social proof you have collected, this is a great strategy to acquire new customers. So basically you just want to build the hype really around the product and make sure that whatever you post, it has social proof around it. This is kind of more towards ads, but still it's the same concept. So product details. So product images, so touching on this again, your product images must be high resolution along with as many images as possible to translate the product's features clearly. Okay, it all depends on the product, but it's counterproductive taking months to develop a product and then have poor images on your website. Okay, and you can also use graphics on your images. You don't always just need product shots. So this is a great point. There's no point spending months building a brand and then to only half do a certain task. Okay, it's really important that you do it absolutely perfect. And what I mentioned there about graphics on your product image, this is basically, instead of having a studio image, you can have a studio image and you can also add a little bit of text, like something like the main benefit about the product. Like let's say if it's an acne product, you can say like clear skin in 90 days or in 60 days or in 10 days. And you can have that on a little graphic. And this also just helps the click rate of the product and stuff like that. So then your product setup inside of your Shopify. So once again, if you're unsure on how to do this, you can Google it. But if not, if you want me to walk through this, I am more than happy to make 100 how-to videos on showing you how to do this process. Just please let me know in the private group and I will more than happily make them for you. So your product setup, so you have your product name, which you need to go through the same naming strategy that I talked about, and it's really, really important that you get a good product name as well. Product name, product collections, like I said, it all depends on what you're kind of going with. Then you have your price and your price comparison. You should not discount. Price comparison is when a product's on sale. You should not even think about doing a sale for your launch or for your VIP list. Try and stay away from discounts as much as possible. Honestly, don't be an influencer or a creator that gives away discounts every week, and the only difference is every week the discount code has a different name. Okay, please don't do that. Images, just talked about this. You can have your single product shots, lifestyle, front, back, side, user generated content, and then people using the products and also benefits, right? So images are super important, and you want to put a mix of these images in or on your product setup or on the product page inside of Shopify. So then we have your SKUs. So your SKU is just a unique name for each product. Honestly, if you only have multiple products on your store, this is not an issue. Just give the product a name with a number at the end, okay? Or the color, something super simple. And then variants. So variants is when you have a different color. So let's say you have a t-shirt and you have a black t-shirt, a red t-shirt, and a white t-shirt. So they're all different color variants, okay? And you'll also have different sizes, which will also be your variants as well. So you need to add them into your Shopify, which is super, super simple. And like I said, if you want to know, if you want to know how to do this, let me know, and I will more than happily make a video showing you this. So then you have your COGS, and then you have your weight, okay? So this is more, COGS is your cost of goods, and then your weight, this is just for your for ShipBob or for your fulfillment center to know how much your product weighs, so then you know how much it will cost to ship the product or to ship multiple. Okay, and you want to set this up inside of Shopify. Super simple to do. So then product description. So this is the next thing. So I went through the product details. You need to have all them. It's important that you have your name, you have the images, you have all that sort of stuff before you actually come to writing your product description. Okay, so this seems obvious, but you'll be amazed about how many brands develop products with super cool features or incentives, but don't raise the obvious awareness to them, okay? Remember, what's obvious to you may be rocket science to others. Therefore, explain the little things like they are big things, okay? And also model what other people are doing. So basically, to summarize this up, this is just like a lot of things that I'm talking about in this program. To me, I'm like, I know this program is amazing, but like, do I need to mention this? Surely people understand this. But if you've never done e-commerce before, you don't know, right? That's why it's really important for me to try and go over all the finer details. And it's the same in your product description. You really want to tell them every single thing about your product, okay? It's really, really important. And also, like I keep mentioning, you don't want to copy other people. You just want to model what works. So have a look at another 10 products that are crushing it on the market. You can use competitor analysis tools to see, their website traffic, so you can get an understanding if they're actually making money or not. And then have a look at their product description, compare them, maybe pick a little bit from it and then pick another little bit from another brand, and then start to slowly create your own, okay? And then when you are creating your own, you need to, first of all, know your audience. You need to focus on the product benefits. You need to tell the full story. So storytelling is so important. And then make it conversational, not robotic. Also you want to speak very simply, as most people don't read a lot. Most people aren't very well educated. So it's really important that you use very simple words, and also use power words, okay? Like stunning, fearless, amazing, extreme, breathtaking. Even have a look at the names of all these modules, okay? We have advanced product research and selection. We have design and sample mastery, okay? We're using these power words in each one of our modules to really put power in them, okay, to say the least. So if you have a look at all the names of our modules, they all have a power word in it, okay, which is quite interesting. Then easy to read and scan with clear headlines, bullet points, and good spacing. And you can also use emojis as well if it aligns with your brand identity and with your brand. Some brands love them, some brands don't do them at all. And also use high quality images. So it's really important that you test this as well. You test multiple different product descriptions, also have reviews in your product description, and really don't just have it as plain and simple. This is the material, this is the size. Like, honestly, try and get creative with it. Tell a story, try and connect with your customer with the product description. Tell them where the idea came from. Tell them why you're doing this. Tell them where the product came from. Like, just try and get creative with it, because honestly, people don't care about what fabric it is. Well, some people might, but most people don't even know the difference between nylon and some other product, right? Cotton, right? People don't know the difference. Some of them don't care. So just get creative with this. So then Shopify, basics and structure. So you don't have to use Shopify, but I do recommend it. And I'm always going to relate to Shopify when I'm talking about a website builder or a platform, but all the rest of them follow the same concepts. Shopify is just better, okay? And that's actually the next point here, is e-commerce platforms and store structure. So there's the platforms out there that you can use are Magento, Wix, WooCommerce, BigCommerce, and Shopify. And there's probably so many more. There's so many coming up on the market, like so many. But Shopify is the number one platform out there, in my opinion. It's what we use for all of our clients, and it's what Gymshark use, it's what Kylie Cosmetics use, so some of the biggest brands in the world are using Shopify. I think the other ones are really good if you're trying to sell a product that is a little bit different, or it goes against regulation, or you want to do something that's super custom. Then it's good to use some of the other platforms. So starting out, I'd recommend Shopify all day. Why? Because it's hard to beat. The apps, the hosting, the support, the conversion rates, and it's also very simple and very easy to use, and it's also super fast and efficient, which is what you want starting off, okay? So website aesthetics and functionality. Okay, so you never get a chance to make a first impression. Okay, so let's say that again. You never get a chance to make a first impression. Okay, it's so important, especially with your brand. Therefore, it's crucial to ensure your website design is classy, functional, yet minimal, with all non-essentials removed to eliminate the friction points on your customer's journey to purchase. Okay. So a picture paints 1,000 words, so ensure your homepage images are visually engaging, okay? So this is really, really, really important. And I'm just gonna sum this up in my own words here, because this is a big paragraph, but you wanna make sure that the customer journey is seamless and remove as much of the clicks and pop-ups and text as you can. You know, you want to make it just seamless, and you want to make it so smooth for them, and you want one page just going into the next, and they understand that it's the same brand, their same website. You know, you don't want someone to click on one page and it's one color, to go to the next page, it's completely different. The font sizes are different. You know, I've seen this happen before, especially with people not putting logos and stuff on their checkout page. A pet hate of mine, but anyway, you know, it's really important that your website creates trust, and you know, and it's functional and it's fast, and when it's trust, it leads to more sales. Right, I can go down a lot more on this and website conversion rate and everything like that, but just from a high level, you know, have a look at others and just make sure that there's no friction there. Okay, so mobile friendly website. So you probably know this, the majority of traffic from mobile users is from mobile, okay? The majority of website traffic is from mobile users, yeah. So this means every detail should be considered to ensure your customers can navigate easily and seamlessly on their mobile, okay? So when you're building your store, most of the time you're going to be looking at a desktop view. So it's really important that you also change it into a mobile view to make sure that that's how it looks on mobile, because about 80% of your traffic is going to be coming from mobile, okay, which is really, really important. And also website speed also plays a huge part in conversion rates. So ensure that you consistently compress images where you can without losing resolution. There's Shopify apps out there, which I will talk about, which will do this automatically for you. And I think Amazon done a study on this. It was like every second they lost 10% of traffic on website loading speed. So that is really, really interesting. So it's important. So basic store setup. Okay, so your initial setup of your store. This is what you need to do. You need to do the Shopify sales channels. Then you need to go into the general settings and just put in the general settings there, which is so simple. Then you need to put in your legal name, your legal address. You need to put in your shipping prices, which will get linked to ShipBob, or you'll have to do this based on the shipping prices that you get from your courier. And most of the time you don't want to profit from your shipping. You just want to make sure you're not losing money, or if you want, you can have free shipping and you can charge more on your product, so the value seems like it's better because they get the product but then they get free shipping, rather than having the product $10 less and then having $10 shipping. Okay, these are things you need to test. Every audience is different. And then you can also do your shipping zones. Like I said, I can make a video walking through this, and there's so many videos out there already, but this all depends on, you know, if you're doing a 3PL, if you're doing in-house, and whereabouts you're shipping from. Then you have your legal policies, which you can actually use Shopify's templated legal policies, and they are absolutely fine. Take legal advice if you want to get them checked, or you can get your own done from a lawyer, but most of the time the Shopify templated ones are absolutely fine. Then also domains and payment gateways. Okay, so domains, I think I touch on a little bit further, or maybe I already mentioned. So you want to get your own domain, and then you want to connect that to your Shopify store, which is literally seamless. This will take 30 seconds. And then we have your payment gateways. Most of the time, if you're using Shopify, you will use Stripe as your main payment gateway. That's Shopify, they're partnered with Stripe, so you just use Shopify's checkout, but it's with Stripe. Then also you can use PayPal, and then go into your settings and you can enable Apple Pay, Google Pay, even like buy now, pay later. Okay, there's all these different payment gateways that you can do. But just at this point, make sure that you have, I have here legal name. Make sure you've registered a business. Okay, make sure if you have a business now, you can put it under that business name. If not, go register a business right now. We can also give you links on where to do this if you're in Europe or the US. You will not get taken seriously by Shopify if you do not have a business. They will hold your money and it will not be pleasant. Okay, so that's just a reminder here. I haven't put it I don't think I've talked about it yet in this program. So right now, if you do not have a business, make sure you go and register one. You can do this for like $100. Okay, so then Shopify themes. So you can buy a premium theme. This gives you more structures, styles, and custom. And this is about $180. So what is a Shopify theme? A Shopify theme is basically a template that you can build your website off. Okay, so instead of starting from scratch, you start with a theme that's already themed out. It's a template, and then you can pay for premium themes, which are even better. They're faster, they have more features, and you can do a lot more with them, and generally they have a higher conversion rate. Okay, so you can do this by going to themes.shopify.com. So this will be the Shopify theme store, or you can go to Theme Forest and import your own theme, or you can go to outofthesandbox.com. And then I've had a lot of experience and have a lot of stores using the Turbo and the Flex themes. Okay, so you can check all of these out. Any questions, don't be afraid to ask. Okay, so your theme needs to be mobile responsive, fast loading speed, designed for conversions. It needs to be a 4 to 5 star rating with great customer reviews, and then fit easily to your brand and easy to use. So an example of this is if you see a website theme that's called the furniture theme and you're selling jewelry, don't pick that theme. Okay, it's really important that you pick a theme that has similar products laid out in it. And at the start, you can just use the theme, and fill in what you need to fill in, replace the images, add the text that you need, add your brand colors, add your brand fonts, and keep them all the same and keep that brand congruency. But then, as you go on, as your brand grows and scales, you can start to split test and you can start to change certain aspects on your website to try and better your conversion rate. Because what works good for one brand can actually be the complete opposite for another brand. So in regards to like website conversion, there's the basics that you can do, but every brand is different because everyone's product and audience and offer is different. So then resources and support. So please leverage help.shopify.com. But if you need extra help or a walkthrough, please ask in our private group or email team@ecomandchill.com. So I keep mentioning this, especially throughout this module, because there is a lot of how-to. There's a lot of stuff that you have to go and do. So it's really important, like leverage Shopify, because most of the time the Shopify support they have videos and they will get straight to the point on the task that you need. However, if I make a video, it might be around multiple different tasks, right? And also, I haven't mentioned this yet, but you don't have to build the website yourself, okay? You do not have to. Anything that I'm talking about here, you do not have to do it yourself, but it is important that you understand it so you can tell somebody what to do. So if you want to hire someone to do this for you, go to Upwork and go through the same process that I talked about in the last module about how to hire someone on Upwork, and do the same with hiring a designer or a website builder or a Shopify builder for your store, okay? You're probably going to pay about $500 for this. It can, people range up to thousands of dollars, but you can get someone on Upwork for $500 to do a good job. But like I said, it's really important if you do have the time to get an understanding of this so you can then make changes in the future. If a new product comes on, you know how to add a new product yourself. You know how to change the SKUs. You know how to add the stock, right? You don't have to constantly pay somebody else to do it, because that's just not effective if you ask me. You need to understand it and then you can outsource it. That's what I would recommend. However, everyone is different, okay? If you have the cash, if you have cash to burn, you have money to invest, I completely get it. Your time is probably more valuable, so pay the best person to do it, right? And also, if you do want your website built, someone in our team can actually do it for you, okay? Reach out to team@ecomandchill.com or reach out to the support group and we can get you hooked up with someone in our team, with our website guy who is absolutely amazing, is building the best stores out there, and we can build a store for you. I'm not sure on the price yet, but we can talk about it. Okay, so then colors and fonts. So I briefly just touched on this. So it's so important that you stay with the same colors and the same fonts for your website, your social media, your email, basically everywhere, even your ads. Okay, so you need to create a brand kit and then keep it the same. You can leverage tools like what font, color pick, eyedropper, colorzilla, and you can also use Canva as well, which will help you. So these will all help you find fonts and colors that you can use. Okay, so what font? These are all Chrome extensions. So what font is a Chrome extension? And then when you use it, if you hover over another website on that font or the text, it will tell you what font and what font family it is from. Okay, and then you can also use color pick, which will tell you the exact color code of what another brand is using or another website is using. So don't copy the exact font or color that someone else is using, but you should create a brand kit. You can do these on Canva or anywhere, and you should probably go at like 3 to 5 colors for your brand, okay? And also go with maybe 2 or 3 different fonts that you stick with. And then you want to keep it the same across all social media platforms. Have a look at the best brands. They're probably doing this, or they are doing this. Really, really important. So integrations and apps. So the Shopify App Store. So there's an app for everything. Seriously, there is an app for everything. And if not, there's an opportunity. Okay, so always go with the one that has 5 stars or the most reviews. And then apps should solve a problem and make your life easier. Okay, so for some examples, you can get apps that can help you cross-sell or upsell products. You can get apps that can easily integrate nice reviews into your website. You can get apps that help you track better. You can even get an app that allows you to look at what everyone is doing on your website live. So you can see what buttons people click, where they go. I think that one's called Lucky Orange. It's quite crazy. But Shopify apps are very, very powerful. Really, really powerful. And in the next slide, I give you a lot of examples. And it's also important to integrate Instagram and Facebook shopping and also other social medias like Pinterest and TikTok and stuff like that. They're always changing, but people love Instagram shopping and generally social media shopping in general. And most of the time, these apps or these social platforms integrate with Shopify seamlessly. It takes 5 minutes to set up, so make sure it's done before your launch, as all this stuff definitely helps conversion. And then integrate your 3PL and your shipping courier, so you can install a third-party app or an API to link to your store so you can connect with your couriers or with your 3PL's shipping system, okay? So this will help you track all orders and keep customers automatically updated, which you might be wondering, oh, how do I send that automatic shipping code? If you get these apps connected, it literally does it for you, okay? So then have your pixels set up, so don't get overwhelmed about this. This is straightforward. Once again, this used to be very technical, but now Shopify make it simple. You can do it in about 60 seconds. So this will track all of your website traffic and the actions on your store, so you can then later retarget them. So let's make this super simple. I'll dive more into this in the modules later on Marketing and Growth Unleashed. But super simple, someone comes onto your store, because we have a pixel, they're then tagged, and then when they leave your website without buying, we can then follow back up the next day or for the next month or for the next year saying, hey, let's buy my product, so that's retargeting. And then I have a Google Doc link here of some of the apps that we use, okay, which I'm also going to show you on the next slide. So this is super, super valuable, and make sure you look into all of these apps. And I also have more tools that are in that Google Doc link, which are just so, so powerful. It's basically all the tools you need to scale to 7 figures, okay, literally. So upsell apps. So upsell, this is when when someone buys a product and we push to sell them more products. Okay, so apps that you can use, or after they purchase, you upsell them more products. So apps that you can use are Cart, Hook, Checkout, Zipify, One Click Upsell, or Candy Rack. And then AOV and LTV boosters. You're probably wondering, Jordan, well, what is AOV and LTV? AOV is average order value. So that's the amount of money that people purchase, like your average customer, right? So let's say you only have a one product store and the product is $50, your average order value is probably going to be $50, right? If you have a store with 100 products on it and your average order values, or your average product is $50, when your average order value might be $100 then, because you have more of a selection, right? So that's your average order value. And your LTV is your lifetime value. So, you know, how often or how much money does a customer spend over a year or over 2 years or over a decade? So apps that you can use are recurring billing and recharge, and also bundles. Okay, these are 2 good apps. Email marketing, I'd highly recommend just using Klaviyo. And also, if you want Ecom and Chill to build your email flows and campaigns for you inside of Klaviyo, please reach out and we're more than happy to do this for you for a one-time setup fee, and this will be extremely profitable for you. SMS, you can use SMS Bump and Klaviyo. Page builders, you can use Pagefly Advanced Page Builder or Zipify Pages. This is more if you have one product. You shouldn't be worried about this yet. Reviews, you can use Loox, you can use Trustpilot reviews, or you can use Yotupu. I think that's how you pronounce it. Reviews, sorry. That was quite bad. Shipping, you can use ShipStation or ShipBob. I'd recommend ShipBob. Referrals, you can use Snowball.io, which is basically when someone purchases from your product, then they can then recommend someone else and they can get paid for it. Digital files, SendOwl. SEO, you can use SEO Optimizer by Booster Apps. Conversions, countdown timer bar. And customer service, you can use FAQs/help center. This is a really good app to make your frequently asked questions very, very seamless and nice and clean. Okay, so there's some apps. Like I mentioned in that Google Doc, I have linked a lot more apps. This was just some that I had on my notes when I was creating this program. But honestly, the main ones there are, you get Klaviyo and you have reviews in there, and obviously ShipBob. And probably frequently asked questions. But honestly, you have them, you're good to go. And if you have a problem, so let's say you have a problem on your website, if you literally just look up that problem, there's going to be an app for it. Okay, so there's a lot of apps out there. So that is everything for this module. This is probably going to be one of the longer ones in the program because it's more talking about how to rather than the strategy, right? And it's important that I break this down for you, but there'll be more mini videos, mini how-to videos on showing you how to do this stuff once they get requested. So number 1, finish the program, watch all videos in full and complete all action items. Number 2 is get quality content. So create a content plan. If you're an influencer or you're a creator, this should not be a problem at all. Go out, get the content with your final sample. Also, get a photographer, hire a photographer, rent out a studio and get quality content. Next, number 3, build your store. So choose your platform, which should be Shopify. Watch the Shopify tutorials and then start working on building your store. Plug in your content, write the copy, and then plug in your products and get it all connected with the 3PL, or I have here, or you can outsource this. Okay. And you might be overwhelmed with everything I'm telling you right now, but honestly, it is super easy. Shopify make it so easy. It's almost like setting up a Facebook page. You can literally go onto Shopify right now and have a store live because that's their goal. They want everyone to be able to do this. Okay. And it's so simple. It's not like 10 years ago when you had to code a website. Okay. Like if someone is probably like 70 or 80, like someone that has no tech experience, they could literally build a Shopify store. So then get the apps needed, research what apps you're going to need for your store, and then make sure you have everything integrated that you need, like ShipBob, like your emails with Klaviyo, and everything else that I mentioned throughout this module. Okay, any questions, let us know in the private support group. And guys, discipline is the pathway to freedom. Go pick a nice team, go get photos of your product, and this is when your brand really starts coming together, and it's going to be exciting. See you in the next module. Jordan O'Connor here, and welcome back to the e-commerce influencer. In this module, we're going to talk about the hyper profitable strategy and launch for your brand. And here's what we're going to cover: building the hype, SMS and email strategy, going live, expectations and success, and then verifying and testing everything. So building the hype. So everyone needs to know you only get one chance at launching your brand. So make sure you plan it out in advance and you're ready to build the hype. You want absolutely everybody talking about this. You want all of your friends, all of your followers. You want everybody excited for this. And you need to leverage your circle, okay? Reach out to everyone you know that has an influence on their followers or their audience. It doesn't matter if it's big or small. It all makes a difference, okay? And you want to send them all products so they can show it off to their audience and really build the hype. I'm sure you know exactly what works. And also, you can get content from these people, which will help out a lot. And you have to be willing here to give away free products to your friends or to your followers, okay, as this is really, really important. And then working with others. So make a list of all the other influencers or creators, reach out to them and get their details so you can send them out the product. We recommend doing this for free and say you'll return the favor down the line, or they can become an affiliate for the brand. So like I said, be willing to, if you have to pay some bigger people, you can, but personally, I'd just try and find people that will do this for free, friends that have an audience, and send them, try and get a list of like 20 or 30 people that you can leverage here. So PR boxes, so you want to send products to all the influencers or creators and send them a fancy PR box that they can show off to their followers or their audience. So don't just send them the standard product, actually go and get like 100 PR boxes made with extra packaging. I'm sure you know what I mean. So we recommend sending these products a few weeks before the launch so everyone has them on time, so they have enough time to get content and to post on their social media, and then get them to post and build awareness on all social platforms, not just Instagram. So a lot of times we see this, if they're your friend or to make sure, like, if you say, hey, do you mind putting up a post? They might just post on Instagram. But if you tell them, hey, I'd really appreciate if you talked about this on your YouTube, if you made a TikTok around it, if you posted on your story, and I'm happy to return the favor down the line. And that way you're building your network. You're not just paying them, you're getting a favor, so then you have to return it and you'll build a relationship with more people. So where to send them in regards to where do you get your influencers or where do you get other people to send the traffic? So you need to create a landing page, and then you need to have a form so you can collect their name and their email so you can follow up and remind them about the launch, okay? As there's no point building up the hype if people don't actually know or they can't get reminded about when it goes live, okay? So you want to create a VIP or a waiting list, and I recommend using Klaviyo, which is an email software that I will talk about, okay? So building a list. So at this point, you're not looking for sales, okay? You're just looking to get people's details so you can then indoctrinate them and get them excited for the launch, okay? So you can do this between 1 to 4 weeks out from your launch. You can even do this more. Like, you can do this up to 8 weeks out from your launch. Really start collecting people's details and getting them involved with the brand and letting them know. So ideally, once your products are shipped from your manufacturer, then you can kind of really start pushing to collect people's details. So if you don't do this, okay, so if you don't build the hype around the launch, you'll have a very, very slow start, okay? So it's really, really important. Then I have here, I mentioned earlier about the landing page. So you might be wondering, hey Jordan, like what is a landing page? How do I build one? So I recommend you can use Shopify and Klaviyo. So you just put in a simple email form, which I'm sure you've seen before. Then also you can leverage softwares like Lander, Lead Pages, LaunchRock. There's also ClickFunnels. if you just look up landing page software, you will find an abundance of them. And all they are is a simple website page where you can have any details you want about your brand. And then you can add in a email form so you can collect people's name and emails. Okay, super, super simple. I'm sure you've even done this process yourself before. I'm sure you've gave your email to a brand before in the past to get early access. So drive traffic. So you want to drive as much traffic from social media and give a solid call to action to get people to go to the landing page. Okay, we recommend pushing scarcity. So telling them that there's a limited amount of products and you won't be restocking and our VIP list closes very soon. Okay, so this is super powerful. People don't want to miss out. They just want to know about the product. So if you do push this and if you say that there's only 1,000 products available and we're actually stopping our VIP list once it hits 10,000 people or something like that, if you actually push scarcity, people really do miss out because they don't know, right? They don't know if you actually only have 1,000 or if not. And for the sake of putting in their email, they want to do it. So it's really important that you do that. I've seen some influencers. We've actually dealt with influencers, some of our clients that have built lists of like tens of thousands of people and they've sold out within a couple of hours. Like they've sold thousands of units within a couple of hours. So it's really, really powerful. And then date and time of the launch. So you want to have this planned in advance, like a good few weeks before. So make sure you have all your stock ready ready to be shipped. And we recommend launching on a Friday, a Sunday, or a Monday as open rates and website traffic is much better. So if you think, for example, if you think you want to launch your brand, let's say on September the 1st, well, you're probably best off pushing it back 2 weeks and launching September the 14th. For example, just because if you're planning this a month in advance, there's more than likely going to be stuff that are going to pop up, and you're always best off giving yourself an extra week or two to be 100% certain that you have your stock there and that you've built enough hype around this. Okay, the last thing that you want to do is half launch your brand. Okay, I've seen this a lot with like NFT projects where people do like a pre-sale and then they don't actually release the rest of the NFT collection because they didn't build enough hype. Okay, so you also want to make sure that each influencer or creator posts on the date and time of your launch. Okay, so give them a date a few weeks in advance and make sure that they're free, and also set up reminders or personally reach out to them and let them know how important this is to you that they actually post the day or the time of the launch. This is really important because a lot of these a lot of influencers and people, they're busy, right? So they might have other posts coming up or they might have forgot about it because they're doing this for free. They mightn't have put it into their calendar. So really just follow up with them and let them know how important it is. And also say to them, like if they want to set up their own brand, you can help them out, or you can guide them along the process, right? Or you can send them to Ecom and Chill. So SMS and email strategy. So you're probably like, okay, Jordan, I get that. I know I need to set up a landing page. I know I need to collect people's details, but what do I do then? Okay, what's the benefit of collecting these emails? So how do we get the details? So I briefly discussed this. So on the landing page that you build, it's so important that you collect their name or their number or email. Okay, so I wouldn't recommend collecting a name, email, and number. Just either go with a name, an email, or a name and a phone number, okay? And really give them an incentive to give their details. Like I said before, you can do early access, VIP access, or something else you can add to your offer. So what software? For e-commerce, I always recommend using Klaviyo for email marketing, and you can also use this for SMS as well. It's very easy to set up. It's super, super easy to connect to your Shopify store, and they'll have a lot of templates and flows that you can use for your brand or your product launch. Okay, so Klaviyo make it very, very easy for you, and they have some very good how-to videos, and there's an abundance of videos out there that you can learn from Klaviyo. Like I've said multiple times throughout this program, if there's anything you want me to walk through, please request it in the channel or in our private group, and I will go ahead and make more how-to videos or get other experts involved to make how-to videos for you. So stay in front of them, okay? So you might be saying, okay, how many emails do I send? So you want to send multiple emails to your list and educate them about the brand or about you or the product, okay? Let them know the story behind the brand, why you started it, keep telling them the launch and the date time, okay? Like I said, you can do this automatically with flows inside of Klaviyo, but the main goal here is get them to know you, get them to like you, and get them to trust you, okay? And also make them aware of when we launch and really, really build the hype, okay? So I'm gonna talk more about this now. So your offer then. So this is the incentive you want to give them when they're given their name and they're given their email and their details. So when you go live, you need to have an offer or an incentive to make people buy as soon as you launch or within the first few hours or the first few days. Give them something extra that they won't be able to get anywhere else. Like, it's so important that you do this. So you can give them, I think I talk about this later on, but you can give them something exclusive. I wouldn't recommend doing a discount. Personally, try and stay away from discounts as much as you can for your brand. You don't want to become a discount brand, and I will keep mentioning this throughout the program. So for example, if you are launching a journal or a book, maybe for the first 100, or if you join the pre-launch list, you will have them all signed, okay, or something like that. There's many ideas. I don't want to give too many ideas because there's so many different products and so many different industries, but just think, what else can you give them that doesn't cost you much money but it provides more value for them? So how many emails do I send? So this all depends on how far out you collect emails, if it's a month, if it's a week, if it's 2 months. So you should, but when it's like 7 days out from your launch, you should send an email every day until you launch, okay? Even send 2 or 3 emails 24 hours before you launch, as there's no point collecting emails or details if you aren't going to actually reach out to them, okay? And don't worry about people unsubscribing. If they unsubscribe, they were never going to buy from you anyway, okay? And if you came through Ecom and Chill, if you came to our funnel, we more than likely sent you an abundance of emails. You probably received an email every day or every second day because it works, right? And if people are not interested, they can unsubscribe, and that's fine. We're trying to help more influencers and creators build their own brand, and the best way to do that is by getting their attention and by sending them emails, okay? And I'm sure you've seen this before. Personally, in my inbox, I have Gymshark and I have other like gym and fitness brands, and generally they're the ones I buy the most from, because I like receiving their emails and picking up on their offers and their new clothes. So then SMS versus email. So I've mainly touched on collecting emails here, but we can also collect phone numbers, okay? And like I said, getting both is can be hard because sometimes people don't want to give up their phone number and their email. So you should go with one. The pros and cons, the best thing about email is you can send people a lot of emails, and generally the unsubscribe rate isn't as high. But the open rate isn't as good, okay? So the average open rate could be like 20 to 30% compared to SMS, which is like when you text someone's phone. The open rate is generally 80% plus. However, you can generally only send one a month maximum. You could send one a week, but your unsubscribe rate will be very, very high. And also it's much more expensive to send SMS text message blasts. So you can weigh it up. Personally, I would recommend going with email for now, but you can also test. You can try and push both, or if people give you both, maybe you can give them an extra incentive or an extra offer, say. So what do I say in the emails? Okay, so what I would recommend is have a look at what other brands are doing in your industry. Okay, so 4 weeks out, 8 weeks out, set up a new Gmail account and have a look, subscribe to all of the other brands in your industry or your favorite brands, and have a look at what type of angles they are sending you. Have a look at what headlines they are sending you, what type of content are they sending you. And especially when you join like a welcome series, you add in your email, generally people will educate you about the brand and they'll indoctrinate you on the brand. So that's what you want to do. Personally, I would send the email from the founder, so have the email coming from you, and have a lot of text-based emails. But also you can do like sneak peeks of the product. It all depends if you've revealed the product or not. But really push different angles and try and engage with people as much as possible. And like I said, just model what other people are doing, as there's no point reinventing the wheel here. So then going live, expectations and success. So this photo here, this is what we want your launch to be like. We want it to be an absolute success, which I know it will be, okay? So you only got one shot. This is so important. You only have one shot. Okay, so you only get one chance to launch your brand to the world. So make sure you do it right. Okay, a well-executed launch can increase your sales from day one, help you gain more customers, separate yourself from the competition, bring in extra revenue and profits, so you can then reinvest it in stock or in your brand. Okay, so just you might be wondering, okay, Jordan, I've ordered 500 units for my brand. If I want to guarantee to sell that out, how many units do I need, or how many people or emails do I need? So it's so hard to tell, and we've done so many different tests and we've done so many launches, and it's hard because everyone's audience is different, everyone's offer is different, everyone's product is different. It definitely varies, but I would be going for 10x emails. Okay, so if you have 500 units, be pushing for at least 5,000 emails. Okay, and if you get 10x emails of your units, you should have a pretty good launch. Okay, and also if you get other influencers involved and you really hype it up and you have a big audience yourself, like I said, it all depends on the size of your audience as well. But if you do get a 10x emails, you should have a good chance within selling out within the first few days. Okay, so keep that in mind. I've literally witnessed that this week with a brand. They launched 200 units. They had an email list of about 9x, like a VIP list, and they sold out within 2 days. Okay, so that's some numbers for you there. So that's the goal. And then focus on risk management. So what are all the moving parts once you go live? What can go wrong? And do we have the processes in place from stop them from happening? Okay, so this is just solving problems ahead of time. This is really simple. Just have a look and think about what problems can go wrong. So for example, do you have your customer service ready and set up? I've actually seen people launch a brand without putting a customer service email on their website or anywhere really, and then people don't know where to contact them. Okay, they're replying through different emails, but then they don't have that email linked on the back end, and it just becomes an absolute nightmare. Okay, so just think about what can go wrong and then solve them problems ahead of time and make sure they're set up. Okay, also people are going to be thinking to themselves, why should I buy now? And just think about that. This has probably happened to you before when you were shopping or you were going to buy a product. Like, do I really need this now? Okay, so a large part of the sales during the launch will come from scarcity or a special offer during the launch period. So like I said before, you can do a discount, but I don't recommend it. Like you could do a discount for like the first 100 buyers or the first 10 buyers or 50 buyers to try and get the sales as soon as you launch within the first few minutes. But also, like I said, you can also do like a signed product, or you can throw in an extra product or something else that provides value to them. So this is really important because it just means, instead of just having, let's say it's jewelry, instead of just having jewelry, you get this special packaging, or you get the PR packaging, or whatever it is. You get an extra ring, or if you buy, you get 20% off the next launch, or something exclusive, because it means then it will drive more sales straight away, and that's what we want to go for. It's so important. So then here's what you need to do. So this is just an overview on what you need to do for across all platforms. Okay, so you need to post on all platforms. You need to get influencers and creators to post, send SMS and email campaigns and flows. If you want, you can set up retargeting ads, which I'll be talking about in the modules coming. So you'll set up retargeting ads for people that engage with your brand page or with your page. You want to give your customers an incentive, and also give them an incentive to screenshot and share their purchase on their story. Okay, this is really important. So let's say you purchase on the thank you page or in their thank you email, which is a very opened email. I think it's like 60 or 70% of people open that email. You can say, if you screenshot this right now and you tag the brand page and my personal page, I will reshare this, and I'm also doing a giveaway I'm also giving a giveaway of £1,000 or £100 or a free gift card to whoever reshares it on their story today. Okay, and then what happens is more and more people are going to do this, and then as you share it, your audience then see everyone that's buying it and resharing it, and they're like, oh my god, I need to check out this brand, I need to check out this launch. Okay, and this becomes very, very powerful, because I have here, like, remember, people want what other people have. So if people see loads of other people buying a product, there must be like, okay, this product must be amazing, or they must know something that I don't know, I need to buy this product. So this is really, really important that you do this. You need to give them this incentive to reshare it on their story. And you know, it's all these little things that I'm mentioning that leads up to a successful launch. I've seen influencers before literally launch the brand, put it on their story, and think they're going to sell out. It just doesn't happen. You have to build a launch, and you need to have all these things in place so you're guaranteed to sell out. Okay. So then verifying and testing everything. Okay. So test everything. If you don't do this, you will be so anxious and so stressed once you launch. Trust me, you need to test everything. So put through multiple orders on your store and make sure everything is running smoothly. Get your friends to buy and make sure everything is working, and actually get a physical product shipped to you and to your friends to make sure that you can check the packaging, you can check the product, make sure that it actually looks good, and make sure the shipping times are good. Okay, really important. It doesn't matter if you're in-house or if you're 3PL, I'd recommend testing them anyway. So stock levels, double check your stock levels. The last thing you want to do is sell products that you don't have, as your most loyal customers will soon turn against you. Just restock and repeat. So like I talked about on the other module, it is common to have a damage rate on your product. So make sure that you don't have the amount of units that you got produced on your Shopify store. Make sure you take away the damaged products, as we don't want to give these to customers. Generally, the damaged products, you can still get them shipped to you, because sometimes you can use these for influencers. If they're not that bad, you can use them for content, or you can just give them away to friends or family, because most of the time the damaged products aren't destroyed. They might just have a misprint. There might be a little cut on them. Like, it might be something that's just not really noticeable, like on a camera shot, or you can hide it, but if you gave it to a customer, they wouldn't be happy. Okay, so just make sure that you can use these products for shoots, or giving it away, or giving it to family. So make sure you get the products anyway. So then shipping and packaging. So make sure you have all the shipping details sorted and you are ready to ship as soon as you go live. And like I said already, actually ship a product before, so you know everything works. And then launch list, make sure you have everything ticked off the launch list and you are ready for sales. And I have here, get ready. Okay, so if you comment into the private coaching group, if you comment in launch list, I will send over a Google Drive link of a launch list that has absolutely everything that you need before you go live. Okay, and just make sure that you're just generally think about it. Think about the process. The first thing people are going to do is they're going to go onto your website. Make sure that you have your store looking good. Make sure you have your product pages looking good. You have your images there. You have your description. And then make sure you have the stock. When they click through, make sure you have your logo on your checkout page. You have your checkout page themed out, so it's the same color as the rest of your website. And then also make sure that you have your confirmation emails, you have your shipping connected to your store, and just go through the process and make sure everything is there, and you should do absolutely fine. And I guarantee you, if you build a hype, you will absolutely crush it, and you will sell thousands of units within the first few days, and it will be the best few days of your life. Trust me, it's amazing to see. It's amazing to see that when you really put your mind to it and when you really focus on building the hype, you can sell so many units. Okay, and then that's when it gets exciting. Then you can actually start building a hyper profitable e-commerce brand, and then you can then focus on doing this consistently. Okay, so here is your action items. Finish the program, watch all videos in full and complete all action items, build the hype, decide on a date, reach out to your circle and start building that brand awareness like crazy. Okay, and also collect emails or SMS. I recommend more emails as it's a little bit easier. Get everyone to push all the traffic to the landing page and collect the details needed, and then test everything. Make sure you know how everything works and you have tested it before the launch. Okay, also make sure you're connected to your payment processor and you have submitted your business documents so you can actually get your money once people pay you, as this is also a problem. And make sure that you have PayPal and other payment processors set up if you want to work with them. So that's everything. A little quote here: you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So make sure you go, you do the work, you do everything that I mentioned here, and you will have a super successful launch. Jordan O'Connor here, and welcome back to the e-commerce influencer. In this module, we're going to talk about automated operations. So what you're doing every single day for your brand. And here's what we're going to cover: the everyday tasks, fulfilling orders, customer service, and then restock and repeat. So everyday tasks. So an overview: every day isn't going to be the same. Okay, some days will be more operations focused and then others designs focused. Some day-to-day tasks that you'll be doing is fulfilling orders, customer service, restocking, new collections, or building out a team and systems. Okay, so when I've had a look at this from a very high level, I came across the 3 core pillars that you need to focus on. Okay, so you always want to be working on these 3 core pillars, as it's repeatable and it's a never-ending process. So I've never seen anyone else talk about this, but these are the 3 core pillars that you need to be doing, and everything fits into this. Okay, so you have stock, shoot, and sales. Really, really simple. So your stock, you have your design, you have your samples, your bulk orders, and then you have your fulfillment. Okay, so you can even go to we can even categorize these even lower. So inside of your design, you'd have sketches, you'd have illustrations, and then you'd have tech packs. Then inside of your samples, you'd have sample review and sample changes, so this is just from a high level the tasks that you need to do. So then for your shoot, this is all of your content, your lifestyle photos, your studio content, your ad creatives, your videos. At the end of the day, all you have is images and photos, or images and copy. So it's so important that you leverage that and that you actually get high quality content, as that's what people are looking at. And most of the time, the reason why people are buying is because of the images. It's like 50-50, images and then the copy. So then we have our sales. So this is everything got to do with actually selling the product. So like your copy, your marketing, your website, which is your store, your customer service, your social media. Okay, so everything really falls into the stock, shoot, and sales. And if you can be focused on these 3 core pillars and driving them forward, you will do very, very good, and you should never fall behind. So then we'll break these down a little bit more into the main tasks that you need to do every day. So fulfilling orders. So this all depends if you've decided to fulfill in-house or go with a third-party logistics or a 3PL center. So let me break down the in-house fulfillment day to day. So like I mentioned before, it takes a lot to set everything up as you're starting from scratch. Okay, you need to get all the equipment and all the systems set up. A lot of the tracking should be done automatically. You just need someone to print, pick and pack all of the orders. Okay, so with the day-to-day of the in-house fulfillment, generally you can do it at the start, and it's just going to be picking, packing and printing orders. And then as you scale, you'll need a bigger office space, a bigger office, and then you'll also have to hire more staff to fulfill the orders. Okay, so that's really it. As you scale, you will have to hire more people. Compared to a 3PL, you never have to worry about that. But around times like Black Friday and Christmas, you'll have a lot more control with in-house fulfillment rather than 3PL, as it's only your store and you're not managing dozens of companies. Okay, so you can actually really focus on getting things out quicker. So you get to inspect your products more, and it's a better company vibe when everything is in-house. So I talked about this before. So on your day-to-day, every day you can just open up a product and make sure it's good. You know, if you're doing a 3PL, you can't really do that. You have to rely on your manufacturer being very good. And then seeing the stock in-house gives you perspective and motivation to get rid of the stock. Okay, it can also be very good for content and building your brand culture. So with the day-to-day of fulfilling orders in-house, you do have that brand culture. You do see your stock every day. You do see your orders coming in, your orders coming out. You see your orders getting picked up. It definitely is more fulfilling, say. It's more inspiring because you're actually building, it feels like you're building a proper brand and not just living the laptop lifestyle. Okay, it all depends on what you want though. So then fulfilling orders with the 3PL day today, it's super important that you have great communication with your 3PL and you build a relationship with them, as they're the one that are going to be in control of all of your logistics. And most of the time, when you get onboarded, if you use ShipUp, you will get onboarded and you'll get a rep that will onboard you and will get you on board. And then after that, you will get a dedicated rep that will help you if you have any issues or you need anything else changed. And ShipUp are absolutely amazing, and that's why I'm recommending them. So they'll do all the work for you, and this is what you're paying them for. Okay, so most of the time, if you are giving out at the end of the month, if you get hit with your ShipBot bill and it's in thousands, or it's like a big chunk off your profit margins, at the end of the day, this is what you're paying them for. You know, you don't have to deal with the hassle of having to lease out an office, having to have a warehouse, having to buy packaging, having to keep buying, you know, getting stuff for your printers, and also like having staff. You know, if your staff is sick one day, if you only have one staff and he's sick for a week or he goes on holidays for 2 weeks, then you need someone to replace that person, and it can be a lot of hassle. Okay, but however, with a 3PL, you don't need to worry about any of that because the third party logistics company does it all for you. Okay, at any time they have a problem, they will be in touch. 3PL employees aren't a part of your team, so they might not go the extra mile. However, some reps are 100% and they're amazing. Honestly, with ShipBob, I've never had a rep that has given me any sort of bad experience in any way. So then customer service. So just have a look at this photo for a minute. And this is what it will feel like if you don't stay on top of your customer service for a couple of days, especially for a week. It all depends on your volume, but trust me, from the start, you need to focus on customer service because it will destroy you mentally. I've experienced this myself with high volume. I've experienced this in the past. You need to focus on customer service. It needs to be the number one thing. So many people focus on selling the product, and then once the product is sold, they think the process is done. No. It does not work like that. Okay, it's so important that you focus on the customer service. And I even have here, it's the most important task. If you have bad customer support, your brand won't last long. Bad news spreads like wildfire, so have SOPs in place, which are standard operating procedures, and reply or respond within 12 hours. Okay, you want to create an amazing experience for your customers to keep refunds and chargebacks low. Think about this. If you've ever had a problem with a brand, I keep mentioning Gymshark, for example. If I had an issue with them, let's say I got the wrong size t-shirt, okay? And if I emailed them, if they responded to me within like 3 hours or within like an hour, I'd be like, wow, that is absolutely amazing. Like, that is so good, because most people just expect it to take a couple of days. So if you can go the extra mile and actually like stay on top of that and have responses within a couple of hours, like straight away, people will just really respect your brand. Okay, so make sure you do this. It can be hard. You might have to pay more money, but just make sure that your customer service is very good. So then do it yourself. For the first month, you need to do the customer service yourself to get live feedback from your actual customers, and so you know how to deal with everyone, okay? You will learn so much about your product and about your customer if you do this. Even pick up the phone and ring your customers for feedback. So you cannot hire someone for customer service or teach someone to do customer service if you don't experience it yourself. So a lot of the tasks that I've talked about here, I would recommend you doing all of them at the start, even just try them out, and then you can outsource them then once you have a little bit of an understanding of the task. So for customer service, it's really good that you do this. Plus, it's more than likely going to be your close followers or your close audience that buy from you at the start. So it's really important that you keep that relationship and you actually do it yourself for the first few weeks or for the first few months. It really depends on where you're at. So then what? So once you do it yourself and then it's taking up too much time and you don't want to do it anymore, it's just getting repetitive, it's getting the same messages over and over, and you've tried to create templates and make it faster. So what do you do then? So you can outsource the work to someone overseas. You can get someone overseas that speaks good English and you can pay them, a few dollars an hour. A lot of companies do this, or you can get a third-party company to manage it. So you can get an agency in, a customer service agency. And the beauty about this is sometimes they have multiple different languages. So it doesn't matter where you're selling, it will be in different languages. However, if you do hire a third-party company or an agency to do your customer service, most of the time this will start eating into your profit margins because it's a lot more expensive than hiring someone in-house. Or you can continue to do it yourself, and then you can just leverage softwares to take up a lot of the heavy lifting, okay? So technical setup, just really, really simple. You need to make sure you have a support at yourdomain.com. And you can answer through Gmail if you want, or you can use a separate help desk like Zendesk, or there's loads of other help desks out there. They're always changing. Zendesk is probably the best live chat and support to have. You can even have it on your website, and you can have pre-saved responses. Help desks are more for when you scale. So when you really start doing volume, you can get a help desk. But at the start, you should do the customer support yourself to get live feedback, like I've already mentioned. I really just want to drill this home because it is amazing feedback. So how you will run and manage it. So if you want to manage somebody else to do your customer support, you need to set up standard operating procedures, which are SOPs for your customer support. And if you do an amazing job, it will help run your business better. So with SOPs, for example, you would have a maximum of 12-hour response time, like make sure you get feedback and make sure customers are satisfied, and make sure that anything you can't solve gets brought to you or brought to someone else in the team. And really just when you're doing this over the first month, you'll see what the repeatable questions are or what generally happens, so you have an understanding of what to expect, right? And also, if you do like I have here, if you do an amazing job, it'll help run your business better. Like I've often seen people, some brands, we've even experienced it ourselves, where you can make more money from having good customer support, where someone says, oh, I want to refund this product, and you're like, oh, I completely get that, we don't have that in stock anymore, how about getting a more expensive one, or how about getting this product which is actually more expensive? And by you actually having good customer support, you can actually increase your average order value. And I'm not on here trying to say that you need to sell on customer service, but instead of saying how you want a refund, try and be okay, we can offer you this product and we can give you a 10% off or 20% off this product for the inconvenience. Okay, so it's really important that you do that as well, because at the end of the day, they wanted that product, right? So it's important that you try and give a product to them. So your customers are an asset to your business. Give them what they want. An angry customer is more costly than a free product. Okay, so set expectations on how quickly you should respond, or someone from your team, 12 to 24 hours max, and then constantly update your frequently asked questions on your website. So it's really important that you can pull these from other websites and you know yourself what the frequently asked questions are going to be. Then you can constantly update them on your store. So then restock and repeat. Okay, so running out of stock. So running in and out of stock can be so frustrating and so stressful. Okay, so you need to know your numbers at all times so you can stay ahead of everything and plan ahead. You need to know your average daily sales, weekly sales, and monthly sales. Okay, so you can also set up triggers so you will get notified when to order more stock. And if you're in-house, if you don't have a system to manage or to count all of your stock, you can do a stock check every single month. Even with a 3PL, you can get them to double check as well. But most of the time with a 3PL, they have the systems very good. So with the triggers, you can set up triggers with ShipBob or with Shopify to automatically notify you once you have like 50 units left, or like 10 units left, or 1 unit left, or 1,000 units left. It really depends on your volume, but it's really important that you set up triggers here so you're aware when something is getting low on stock. So then no stock equals no sales. So reread that. This is important. So no matter how good you are at marketing, you can't sell anything without stock. So make sure you have stock of your best sellers at all times, okay? At the start, it's okay if you sell out, but as you grow, you need the cash flow and you don't want to have to turn off your ads, okay? So at the start, it's okay to have this sell out drop model where you launch products, you sell them out, you build up hype, you restock, you sell it out. It's okay to do that at the start, and most influencer-led brands or creator-led brands do have that sellout model, and you're making profit from it, so you're putting it back in. But as you start to hire people and as you start to have more expenses, monthly expenses for the business, it's really important then that you really start to order a lot more stock so you don't sell out, and then so you can have consistent cash flow in the business. Because at the end of the day, cash flow is the name of the game. There is ways you can get funding, and if you want funding, let us know. We have partners there, but it is really important that you have cash flow so you can consistently be getting sales. Because if you do have if you have profitable ads running on TikTok or on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube or Google, the last thing you want to do is turn off an ad, because it can then damage that ad, and then if you turn it back on, it mightn't work again. Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but it's just the way advertising works. So it's really important that you try and keep them on, but also you don't want to leave them on if you don't have any stock to sell. So it's really important that you keep on top of it. So then optimizing your product and making it better. Okay, so some product defects may take a few weeks to show, okay? So that's why it's important that you get live feedback from your actual customers and you are hearing this from them. And then you can even pick up the phone and ring them. So I've mentioned this multiple times now, and I'm going to talk about it. So literally, if people leave their phone number, like one evening or one day, just pick up the phone and ring them and just be like, hey, if you're an influencer or creator, you're more than likely an authority figure. People look up to you. Imagine someone you follow or you look up to. Imagine they rang you and asked you what you thought about your product. Example for Gymshark, if Ben from Gymshark, if he rang me and he was like, hey Jordan, what did you think of your last order? Obviously I'd be like, wow, like this is amazing. He cares about his customers. So it's really important that you do that. Okay, literally just do it and see how it goes. You might be scared to pick up the phone, you mightn't want to ring them, but honestly you'll get really good feedback, and then they'll actually tell all their friends and their family about the call they got, and it's going to build more brand awareness. So make a list of all the feedback that you get. You don't always need to change the product either. You can create a 2.0 version, then you can release that to the market like Apple or Manscaped do. So Apple release a new iPhone every year. They release a new MacBook. They have new versions of their product. And also Manscaped is just a brand that do really good. I think their products are called like the Lawnmower 2.0, 3.0, and they keep releasing new versions every year or every 18 months to make their product better so they can still sell their older versions for cheaper. Okay. Also, you need to add surveys into your email flows. So have a simple survey, and you can even give them a discount when they fill it out, and you can get them to rate the product. You can ask them where they came from. You can ask them what they want improved. You can ask them a lot of questions, and generally you want to do this within within the first 3 to 6 months. You can even do this a month after. It all depends on the product and how much people use the product over the first few weeks or months of buying it. So supply chain, having a reliable, trustworthy manufacturer is a key component to every business. You cannot afford to plan effectively or to scale your business if your product quality is inconsistent or stock orders are rarely on time. Really, really important. So you can never really rely on one manufacturer. However, at the start, if you're not doing tens of thousands of units, it's okay to have one manufacturer, but you should definitely, as you start to scale, you should be getting samples from other manufacturers and try and getting them to create the same product. If not, ask them how can they improve that current product. So it's really important that you diversify and then you improve your manufacturer to reduce risk, okay? Like I said, this only comes with scale, but you should still be looking into it. And then Murphy's Law suggests that anything that can go wrong will go wrong, okay? And it's your job to protect that and to make sure that nothing goes wrong, okay? So this is really, really important. So as you scale, just be on the lookout for other manufacturers, or if there's anything that you kind of spot with them, like their weaknesses, or like just make sure you be honest with them and say, hey, you need to improve on this, or we will have to go off and find a different manufacturer, okay? Because it's all about building the relationships, and everyone makes mistakes in this game. So that is this module, automated operations. And as you go, you will learn more about the day-to-day tasks, and these will just, every day there'll be a new challenge. Every day you'll be putting out a new fire, but it honestly is very enjoyable running a brand and seeing it grow, especially if you are, if you're an entrepreneur and you want to push on and really build a team. So here's your action items for this module. Finish the program, watch all videos in full and complete all action items, and then do this from now on. You will be doing all of these tasks every single day. Okay, so that's what it is. These are the tasks you will be doing once your brand is launched, and you can decide what ones you like and what ones you don't like, and then you can outsource them. Okay. We'll be talking about this in the last module about how you can hire and outsource the work and really scale your brand up. So successful people don't value effort or work or time spent on an activity. They value the results. So go out there, launch your brand, manage it, and build a hyper profitable e-commerce brand that you could potentially sell for 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 figures one day. Jordan O'Connor here, and welcome back to the e-commerce influencer. In this module, we're going to talk about marketing and growth unleashed. This is the exciting stuff. So here's what we're going to cover: abide by the law, advertising fundamentals, influencer marketing, and email marketing. Okay, so abide by the law. This is important. So they don't care about you. Who are they? Facebook, Shopify, Instagram, TikTok, Google, YouTube, Snapchat, Pinterest, Stripe, PayPal. I think that's about it. So the advertising platforms and the payment processing platforms, okay? Unless you are spending millions per month on paid traffic or generating tremendous amounts of volumes, platforms do not care about you, okay? If you're not compliant with the platform's policies, you will find it very hard to be profitable when advertising on them. They don't care if they lose you as a customer. They prefer losing you over putting themselves in a compromising situation. Do not try to attempt to sell or advertise anything that can get you blacklisted. These platforms make so much money that your ad spend or processing fee won't make a dent in their revenue, even if you did spend 6 figures per month on ads. I've seen people that I have been in talks with and in different groups with that are spending millions, I mean millions a month, and they still get banned. Facebook still don't care about them, okay? So Yes, like I said, I've seen this happen before to people I know, and now they can't even set up their own Facebook account, and they can never set up another Shopify store under their name again because they crossed the line. So we've seen this a lot with the pandemic, where at the start there was so much opportunity around selling face masks and hand sanitizer. I even experienced it a little bit myself and seen some stores do some absolutely crazy numbers, and then within about a month, Facebook, Instagram, Shopify banned face masks and hand sanitizer from being sold on their websites because people were charging just crazy money. And then if you weren't aware of their policies, then you would have got banned. So get educated. It's your responsibility. So policy links to the most important platforms I've linked below. Review them on a regular basis to ensure that your products are compliant. Okay, read through all of these and make sure that you don't cross the line and never risk it. Okay, as you might get away with it for a while, but eventually they will find out and you will get banned. So obviously, if you're not advertising on these platforms, you don't need to go through their policies. But Shopify, if you're selling on Shopify, have a look at their policies. It's super important. If you want to accept orders from PayPal, read their policies. And if you're pushing products on Instagram or Facebook, they're the same platform, also known as Meta now. Make sure that you check out their policies. A classic example is you cannot do, if you're like a fitness coach or you have a cream for like your skin or tan or something like that, you're not allowed to advertise before and after products. Also, if you have let's say you have a women's wear and you have like a underwear collection or a bikini collection, sometimes as well, that can be marked as sensitive content. So you really need to be careful on how you advertise and make sure that they do get approved. So just make sure before you do advertise, you're just aware of these policies, as it's really important that you stay on the right side of it. And it's very easy. If you have a normal product and you have normal ads, you will never have an issue with any policies. It's when you're really starting to push products that are a little bit out there, that's when it gets complicated. So advertising fundamentals. Before I dive in here, advertising is a skill. It's something that people spend their life doing and their life learning. So it's not something that I can just magically teach you in a couple of slides. I'll do my best to share the most important things that I recommend, but I'm sure you're aware, like, this is a career path. Like, people spend their life doing this. So, this is something that a lot of brand owners actually get passionate about and that they do it themselves, because it can be some of the most exciting part of the business is marketing and marketing campaigns and running ads. So maybe this might be for you, maybe not. If not, it's important that you outsource it to the best, or get someone involved with the business and give them ownership to really run this side of the business, because it's super important. So let's dive in. The hook and offer. So before you run any ads, you need to understand how advertising works. After working with so many different businesses over the years, at the end of the day, it all comes down to your hook and your offer. Okay, so let me explain them. Your hook. So your hook is basically getting people's attention. Okay, so this could be anything from the headline of your ad, the subject of an email, a video, or a unique creative. Okay, a hook is anything that reaches out and grabs attention from your prospects. Okay, and it doesn't have to be on social media. People do this with print advertising, radio, even as you're walking down the street. People are trying to grab your attention with a hook. Okay, one of the best examples I've ever saw was, I was in Spain last year and it was a fake €10 note on the path. And then when I picked up the €10 note, it was fake and it had a location of a barber shop on it and a phone number and their prices. Okay, so just think about that. Like, someone came up with this idea to print out these fake €10 notes and they put them on the floor, and then it's just like, I think it's just like humans just want to pick it up. It's just like, if you see money there, you're like, oh, interesting, you just pick it up. And it was just the best offer I ever saw. I actually wrote a LinkedIn post about it, that because I was just so amazed. So that is an example of a hook. And then your offer. So a lot of people think that your offer is just another word for the price, but it's completely different. Okay, your offer is the experience. It's everything you're offering them and what they are getting, like the results they get from your products. Okay, also you can, like, if you flip it the other way, some classic examples of offers are not just like you get this product for $50. It's like buy one get one free. If you spend X dollars, get Y free, buy X and get Y 50% off, or free plus shipping. Or also, like, you can have your offer, like I said, as the end result. So it's like acne free skin, or it all depends on your product. But it's really important that you have a good offer and you don't just have a product. Okay, like I mentioned in the earlier modules when I was talking about what product to pick, it's really important that you're kind of tying in the emotions here and the outcome of your product, and really look into the buying behaviors of people, which you would have already done this research by now. Now it's about coming up with your offer. So your offer will vary depending on your product or brand. For example, if you have a brand that people need to rebuy from you every few months, we could give them an irresistible offer to get them on a subscription. On it, Joe Rogan's brand is a very good example, so go check out their offers. So their main offer is to push them to get people on subscriptions, because it's a supplement company and it's supplements that people use on a daily basis. Okay, and in my opinion, one of the best media buyers or advertisers runs their ads, or used to run their ads. So it's incredible stuff. So then copywriting, this is the text that's on your emails or your ads. And this is a skill, okay? And this is one you'll need to learn and develop over time or a lifetime, okay? Once again, people do this for a living, writing copy. So being able to write good copy is so important in so many areas of your business. But first, to write good copy, you need to understand your customer, as you can't write good copy anywhere if you don't understand who you're selling to. So that's really important. You cannot write good copy if you don't understand who you're selling to, okay? So if you want to get a true understanding of how to write good copy, I recommend picking up books and learn from people like Dan Kennedy, David Ogilvy, Claude Hopkins. These guys were, some people call them the godfathers of advertising. And there's some really, really good books out there on copywriting that will really blow your mind. You'll really understand the power of words and how they can be so powerful when you're using them to sell products or services. So there's a book called Breakthrough Advertising. You can check that out. Also, Copywriting Secrets from Jim Edwards. And there's a lot of other books out there. But if you check out Dan Kennedy, David Ogilvy, and Claude Hopkins, you will get some really good books. So for your brand, the most important types of copy that you will be doing, first of all, you have your tone of voice, you have your website copy, your advertising copy, and then your email copy. So let's dive a little bit deeper into each one of these. So the tone of voice, your TOV. So creating a tone of voice is the same as how a person would speak in the real world, okay? This course has a TOV, a tone of voice. It's how I actually speak in real life. This is the way I am. And the fun part of this is you get to make it whatever way you like, okay? But it's probably best that it's your personality, and you need to have it unique. I talked about this before. It's like your brand having a personality. I talked about this in some earlier modules, but this is just really important that you have your website copy and your email copy and advertising copy all the same. As you don't want to speak all formal in your emails and on your website. It's like you're having a basic chat, okay? It's really, really important that you keep it the same. So website copy, your website has the opportunity to tell a story. So in marketing, it's so important that you tell stories, okay? Like you hook people in, you tell a story, and then you make an offer. This is so, so important. So you can literally make a person metaphorically touch the right product or touch the product with the right words, okay? A brand story page can convert users into buyers. Words are so powerful. And a great example of this is Ezra Firestone. Ezra is a world-class marketer and he owns a company called Boom, and it's a cosmetic company, skincare company. It's absolutely amazing, and you can really see how he does it different with his product pages and with his website copy. It doesn't look like your normal website. The way he has done his copy is absolutely amazing. So highly recommend checking that out. And also check out what your competitors are doing, other people in the industry, and just become aware of what words they are using. Okay. And I've talked about this before on the website module when I was talking about writing product descriptions. So then advertising copy. Convincing a stranger to look at your website comes down to two things: your images and your videos, which is your content, and your words. Okay, so just think about that. Your words could be the difference between someone coming to your website or not. Okay, so do not take this lightly. And website copy is just something you got to keep testing. You know, your brand, you might know your customer. However, you might have different customer personas. Okay, so you might have to speak to different people. Like if you sell to male and females, you might have to talk to them differently, and you might have to use different website or different copy to drive them over the edge or to get them onto your website. Okay, and you need to really study or learn copywriting to understand this, because if you've never looked into it before, you might just think that people just write that because that's what they think is good, but there's actually formulas that people follow to write good copy. So email copy, similar to your advertising copy, but your email copy is so important, especially if you sell a product that people use and solves a problem. The most important copy in your email is the subject line, and that's what will show up in people's inboxes. So I'm sure you're aware of email. And to get a good open rate, you need to have a good subject line that people will click on. You know, so if you make them really curious, generally they're like, I wonder what that is, and they'll actually click on the email. And we test a lot of different emails and a lot of different subject lines, and it's different for every brand. There's no one subject line that works best. You just have to copy it for your brand. However, generally, if you throw in like the founder's name, it will increase the open rate by a little bit. So know you, like you, and trust you. This is important. So before someone gives you money, they need to tick the 3 points. Okay, so not every time, but majority of the time, especially if your product is above $50. So just think about it. When is the last time that you bought from a brand online that you didn't know, that you didn't like, or you didn't trust? It's probably been a while, right? Like if the product was like $10, $20, $30, like you probably spend that every day. So it doesn't really matter. You'll just happily buy it, even if you're not 100% certain on the website, you know, if it looks a little bit sketchy. And it's the same with you. If it's over $50, it's so important that you build a relationship with them so people will actually buy from you. Okay, so you might be wondering, oh, Jordan, I completely get that, but how do I get people to know me, like me, and trust me? Okay, so how do we do this? The first thing we need to do is have a good first impression, as you only ever get one chance to make a good first impression. So once we introduce ourselves through an ad, through a video, through an influencer post, or a Google search, we need to make sure that we do it right. And when they check us out, they are impressed. Okay, so this is where it's so important to have everything on brand with our ads, with our website, our emails, our checkout page, our thank you page. We need to have everything on brand so people are impressed when they see us for the first time. So multiple touch points. We all know this is the way it is. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is get multiple touch points in as many areas as possible. We do this by following up with people that engage in our posts, our ads, or that have been on our website. Things like email flows are also very good for building trust. Okay, so people don't buy from you the second they see you. It's very rarely that people will buy a $50 product out of like impulse buy. Women do a lot of impulse buys, but even still, if you're a brand, people don't just see a product once and buy it. It's quite rare. You need to get multiple touch points across multiple platforms, have that omnipresent advertising. You want to be everywhere, and on average you need to have at least 18 touch points over 30 days before someone will actually buy from you. Okay, so that's an interesting one there. However, then you might be like, oh well, Jordan, how do you expect me then to sell out my launch if people need 18 touch points over 30 days. Well, the thing is, most people that follow you, you've already built up that that trust with them. They already know you because they follow you. They already like you because they like your stuff and they follow you, and they already trust you. Or if they didn't trust you, they wouldn't follow you. So you've built that relationship with your audience. So that's why you can come in and ask for the sale, and that's why you can sell out your products within a couple of hours, okay? However, going forward, when you're actually scaling your brand outside of your audience, it's really important that you take this into consideration, as not everyone is going to know you, like you, and trust you. Okay, so the amount of money you will make will correlate with two things: how much trust or goodwill you have with the audience, and how many offers you make. So it's no good just offering, like making an offer once. Like if you're building up this trust, you need to actually make offers and say, hey, by the way, go check out this product. Okay, so with services, with Ecom and Chill, that's what we do. It's a little bit different for services, but we provide value. We give people free value in our emails, on our podcast, in our blogs. Then at the end, we say, by the way, if you're interested, check this out. Okay, so we're constantly building up that trust, that goodwill. Then at the end, we're making an offer. So it's the same with your ads. You have that call to action, getting them to shop now, check out your store, or take advantage of an offer. So then advertising platforms. So you're probably like, okay, Jordan, I get that, but like, tell me, how do I advertise on each platform? So we recommend using, this is forever changing, but Facebook, Google, YouTube, and TikTok for your core advertising platforms. And then once you master these, you can look into like Snapchat and Pinterest and stuff like that. And honestly, this is changing, because this time last year, I was doing up some notes for this course and I didn't have TikTok in here, and now TikTok is absolutely booming. So the reason why I'm not going and I'm not opening up Facebook Ads Manager, I'm not opening up Google or YouTube's Ads Manager, is because platforms are forever changing. Okay, so I'm going to have somebody else teaching them inside of this course on how-to videos and how to do it for the main or the core platforms. Okay, as it's forever changing. The most important thing is that you understand how to hook people in, how to tell them a story, or how to show them your product, and how to make an offer, because it doesn't matter what platform you are in or where you're running ads, the advertising fundamentals are never going to change. They might change slightly depending on the platform, like what works on TikTok mightn't work on Google, but it's still following the same thing. You're still trying to hook them in and then make them an offer. So then also think about underpriced attention. So no platform will last forever, okay? So Facebook was a gift 5 years ago, and now all the opportunity and all the money is on TikTok and YouTube, okay? Facebook still works, but it's harder and has a higher CPM. So a CPM is cost per milli, so this is the cost per 1,000 people for you to reach. So this is how advertising is priced. You pay per 1,000 people. So how much does it cost you per 1,000 people? It all depends on your product and your industry and your platform. Generally, an average CPM could be like $5. Okay, so it costs you like $5 to reach 1,000 people. Okay, so just have a think about it. Like, where can you get underpriced attention? Think about that. Before we go any further, like, where could you get underpriced attention? Okay, and like, you need to do this differently. Generally, like, when everyone is there, it's too late. Like Facebook, every company is now advertising on Facebook. However, 5 years ago, there was so much opportunity there. You didn't even need to be good at advertising. You didn't even need to be good at writing copy. You could just select your audience, have an okay creative, and you would get a 5-10x results. Okay, that's just the way it was. And also, they weren't as strict on policies. And then as the advertising platform grows, then they get stricter and stricter. At the start, TikTok wasn't that strict on, certain products, and now they are. So underpriced attention, maybe sponsoring a podcast or getting your product promoted in an influencer's personal email list might be underpriced attention. So honestly, it's like more of a long game, right? Like sponsoring a podcast, we see a lot of brands doing this. And think about it. If someone is spending money on a platform or on an ad consistently, week in, week out, or month in, month out, it means they're making money. It means it's worth it for them. A brand is not going to pay tens of thousands of dollars to promote, to be on a podcast, if it's not profitable for them, okay? And if you want to study more on this, on how to get underpriced attention, Russell Brunson's Traffic Secrets book is really, really good. He really breaks it down, the best way to get underpriced attention and the best way to get traffic to your website.
It's a little bit more towards service-based businesses, but it still is very good if you are in e-commerce. So influencer marketing. So most of the people listening to this have an understanding, and you might be like, oh, Jordan, I already know this. I don't need to watch this module. Well, just hear me out here and just listen to what I have to say, because I'm seeing it from the outside looking in and you're inside. Okay, so maybe you can take your knowledge mixed with mine and you can make this even better than what I'm trying to teach you. The new currency. Influence is the new currency. It has worked amazingly before, and if you do it right, it will continue to work. Okay, people now spend so much time on social media. It's so important that you are on all social platforms, so when people want to share an experience with you, they can tag you. Okay, and this is the same as word of mouth marketing, and this is one of the most powerful tools. People are giving you their word and they are recommending you to other people. Okay, and the closer the person is to you, or to the person that they are actually recommending it to, the more likely it is that they're going to check out or buy what they said, okay? As you trust them more than anyone else, okay? Influencer marketing isn't just about the following, okay? It's about the engagement, and also it's about, it's not just about, influencers are not just people that have hundreds of thousands of followers. You can have 1,000 followers, and if you have good engagement with your followers, if people actually listen to you and you have an influence, it can be so powerful. But in regards to bigger influencers, YouTubers are some of the best influencers that you can use, as people spend so much time consuming their content. Okay, so don't just think to go with, Instagram influencers, or now the TikTok's big, let's just go with TikTok influencers. It's really important. If you go to YouTube influencer, most of the time they already have an audience on TikTok, or they already have an audience on Instagram, because YouTube is their core one and people like to follow them on other platforms. Okay, so what you want to think about is, what is the story you want people to tell others when they are talking about your product or brand, okay? It's good to have an emotional attachment to your brand, which I talked about before, and you want your customers and influencers to share this message with everyone. You also want to try and find people that resonate with your story or with your message, okay? So if you tell people that this is what your brand is about, then if they go and share it with their friends, they'll also tell other people on what the brand is about. So it's really important that you share this message, as if you don't have a message to share, they probably won't share one. So how do you get people to share that message? Well, after they buy, email them and say that you will add a free gift if they're willing to post on social media once they get their product or once they use it, okay? Also, get them to send you the photo of the product, and then you can also share that content, okay? And this can all be done automatically by email flows, and this is super, super powerful if you can get all of your customers to post your content and post photos of your product when they get it, okay? So this basically means that you can turn every single one of your customers into micro influencers, okay? And then it's so important that you treat them right, okay? So how do you treat your customers / micro influencers? So in the early days, you should call customers and have a chat with them about the product. At the start, it might be awkward, but you'll get used to it, and ask them if they want another free product or a new product, and then follow back up in a few weeks to see what they thought about it. Okay, so this is just a way to, if people are actually sharing their stuff on social media, and if they have, a couple of thousand followers, you can just reach out to them, get feedback, and be like, oh, by the way, I can send you another product, or even give you a discount off our new collection, etc. Okay, and really, I've talked about this in the last module. This is what separates you from every other brand. Like I said, you can give them a gift card or give them a discount. And you can even reach out on your personal page, okay? You don't need any fancy software, just a simple Google sheet of who you're reaching out to, what micro influencers or what customers you're following back up with or sending products to. So you want to use micro influencer content on your social media, on your website, even on your emails. It's really good to do a campaign once a month for all of your customer content. It gets really good engagement, and the email always drives a lot of revenue. Also ask for videos and images of them using the product. This is also known as UGC. The key to success is micro influencers to post and recommend your products. Okay, so people with a smaller audience are more trusted, as people know they aren't being paid. So this is what I'm talking about. people might think micro influencers are people with like 10,000 followers. No, micro influencers can be anyone, okay? And make sure that you leverage this as much as possible, as people love when their content is shared across other or their platform or in their emails or in their ads, okay? People love this. So then platforms that you can use, #paid.com, usergems, snowball.io, and then brandsnob.co. Okay, so you can check out all of these platforms, and I'm sure you already know some of these platforms that you can use. So proof of concept and celebrities. So once you have proof of concept, you can reach out to other big celebrities and influencers. You want to build a relationship with them and even give them equity in your brand if they have a big enough audience. Okay, you can also run ads from the influencers' Instagram or TikTok pages. This builds more trust as they are seeing other people talking about it. It also catches people by surprise when they see an ad being ran from an influencer's page, and when it's also not the founder, people get a little bit interested, and generally the results or the click-through rate on these ads is much higher, okay? So because you are already an influencer, you probably have a network of people that you can get involved, and you wouldn't need to give equity for a brand. This is more if you are smaller or if you don't, right? But you still can if they're a massive big celebrity, and you should aim to do a collab with one big celebrity or influencer once every 3 months, okay? The bigger the better, but you need to work up the ladder so you can get there, okay? And make sure that you're ready and you have a strategy in place and take advantage of the traffic and the customers that they push, okay? And like, it is so important that you move up the ladder, because I've seen people do promotions with Kylie Jenner's best friend or one of Kylie Jenner's best friends. They paid $50,000 for his post and they got loads of traffic, but it just didn't convert because they didn't have the right strategy in place. They weren't really prepared. They didn't give her the right, content and the right things to say, and he just didn't leverage it to the full potential because he didn't have enough experience dealing with other influencers. So it's really important that you move up the ladder. So don't go all in until you have done it for smaller people first. Okay, so basically I have just mentioned what this here. So it's really important that you move up the ladder and then you work your way up, because then when you know how to leverage it, you will make a lot more money and have a bigger impact. So that is email marketing. Any other questions? Let us know in the private group, as a lot of people listening to this will already know a lot about influencer marketing. So I tried to come at it there from a different angle, where you are turning customers into micro influencers and then how to leverage big celebrities rather than just normal influencers on Instagram. So email marketing, this is the fun part. Okay, email marketing is honestly, I think the best marketing channel that you can ever use, and I'm going to talk more about this. So the power of email marketing is one of the most important parts of your business, okay? If you aren't going to do email, you may as well just give up now, okay? Email will bring in up to 50% of your revenue. I swear to God, there's brands that we manage that consistently get 40 to 50% of their revenue every single month. It comes from email. Okay, it's so powerful. So email helps you boost your purchase frequency, which also results in a higher LTV, which is your lifetime value. So let's say your CPA, which is your cost per acquisition, is $50, which it won't be because you already have that trust built with your customers. But if you don't have a good lifetime value, you'll be losing money on the front end. But if you know your lifetime value is much higher, then you can get customers to keep spending, and then you actually make more money because if you get a customer for $50, and then if the lifetime value, if that customer is going to buy 4 times throughout the year through your email flows, then it's worth spending that money on ads at the on the front end, and then that's how you scale and get more customers. Okay, so lifetime value is your average order value multiplied by your purchase frequency. Okay, so your average order value is how much an average customer spends on your store, and then how often do they come back. Okay, so the 2 different types of emails, there's literally only 2 types of emails. There's email campaigns, then there's email automations and flows. Okay, so let's break them down. Email campaigns. So these are one-off emails that you can send to your list of subscribers, letting them know about an offer, some news about the brand, blog posts, new launches, new collections. And they don't require as much work as flows to set up, but they do work side by side and they help drive more sales and awareness. So campaigns, you should be doing email campaigns, maybe 1 or 2 every single week. However, as your list grows, you will send different campaigns to different segments of your audience. So if you have people that are clicking on every single email, then you will send them guys more campaigns as they're more engaged. Okay. However, if they haven't opened or clicked on an email within the last 90 days, maybe we only want to send them an email every now and again to try and get them re-engaged. Okay. So, and email campaigns also, it's like seasonal. So you will send an email around if it's New Year's, if it's Easter, Christmas holidays, and you'll send emails around what is going on in the world. Okay. So it's really, really important that like these are things that you're working on week in, week out. And it's super important that you hire an amazing email marketer or you learn to do this yourself. And it is a really, really fun task, especially when you spend money, or especially when you send out an email and then you check back within a few hours and you've seen that it's made you a couple of $1,000s. Okay, it's really powerful. So an email flow is an automated series of emails that works based on your customers' actions. Okay, so you can have flows for like a new subscriber, an abandoned checkout, a new customer, a repeat buyer, etc. Okay, so they can take some time to set up, like there's a little bit of setup time in them to get them all planned out and stuff like that. But once they're done, they can really help you increase your revenue. So for example, let's say you go onto a website, let's say you go onto Gymshark and you give your email. Well, then over the next 30 days, they're probably going to educate you about the Gymshark brand. They're probably going to tell you about maybe their athletes, about where they came from, about why they started the brand. And really they're indoctrinating you, like I've mentioned before. So it's really important that you have flows set up in all areas of the business and constantly be split testing them. However, if you start off with an abandoned checkout and a welcome series, you should take in about 10% of your revenue through them 2 flows alone. Okay, so an abandoned checkout is just when someone comes to your website, they add a product to their cart, they go to the checkout, put in their details, but then they don't buy. Okay, and then they'll get emails on their order to basically purchase, and they can get emails for like a week or 30 days, and you can give them a discount, etc. So the basics of email, you have your subject line, which I already talked about. This is the main text that they see to get them to open. You have your CTA, which is your call to action. So this is the buttons that you have in your email. It can be like shop now, browse the collection, take advantage of the offer. There's so many different call to actions you can have. It all depends on your product. Then you have your product link. So make sure inside of your email that you actually link the right location. So if you're sending them to a product, make sure you have that product link and don't send them to your homepage, because then it takes longer for them to find that product. Have a nice layout and also use like social icons. You can attach your social media accounts or anything else on the footer of the email, and also make sure you have an unsubscribe button. Okay, so then just some tips in general. Tips for email. You want to optimize it for mobile, as like 80% will be opened on mobile. Use emojis, and you can use the same emojis that you use on your Instagram, like have the same kind of brand emojis. Have a clear call to action. Always ask for the sale, which will be the call to action. You can use urgency in your email, so let them know that it ends today, or like it ends at the weekend, or there's only 100 units left or 10 units left, whatever it is. Use urgency. And then sending times. You need to make sure you send before 8 p.m. because after 8 p.m. we found that you get a much higher unsubscribe rate. However, test this out. It all depends on your audience, but generally in the evening is the best time to send emails. Use GIFs. They're very engaging. People like them. People click them. And then do a sale every 6 to 8 weeks, and always split test. Okay, so split test is just when you change a variable of one email and you send it 50-50 and see what does best. For example, you could have a subject line that says 30% off today. Then you could split test another subject line that says 30% off today with a fire emoji, okay? And then you can test which one does better, okay? And there's so many tests that you can do. You can test colors, you can test fonts, you can test so many different things got to do with your emails. And then the tests that you pull from emails, you can also then use them tests or use the results or the data that you get. You can use that then on your website, or you can use it on your ad copy or anywhere else that you're trying to get attention. Okay, so your email formula, make sure you have a good subject plus good headlines plus good imagery plus good call to actions, okay? And you will have a very good email. And on average, your open rate should be like 20 to like 30 or 40%. 40% is quite rare. It depends on your segment. And then your click rate should be above 1%. And then your purchase rate, it all depends on what the email is, but you should always be getting sales from emails. So list building, you're probably like, okay, Jordan, I get that. I understand emails are profitable, but how do I build up a list? Okay. And if you're listening to this and you have your stock and you're like building that VIP list, you should kind of already be doing this. Okay. So you might already have a list. If so, you can just upload it straight to Klaviyo, okay? So it's super easy to do. I talked about Klaviyo before. You can upload your list directly to them. But before you do, you can also clean your list. So basically delete inactive emails before uploading it, as they can actually damage your open rate. And it's important that you capture the data of any customers that arrive onto your website, okay? You can do this by pop-ups, also collect them if they go to the checkout, etc., okay? There on the site, this shows that they are actually interested in what we have to offer, okay? And we already know that we don't convert all people that visit the first time, okay? So we need to build that trust, and there's no better way to do that than adding them into a nice email flow to chat them up, or to like a welcome series, okay? So there's 3 main ways that you can build an email list, okay? So number 1 is pop-ups. Have a pop-up pops up on the website and you can give people a better offer or give them a discount. I'm sure you've experienced this before. The second one is you can do a competition. You can run a simple lead generation ad, a simple ad on Instagram or Facebook, or even just on your own page. And you can do a competition in exchange for people's name and emails. And then also you can do the VIP or the early access, like you should have already done or you should be planning to do for your launch, okay? And then also you might have seen people have these like pop-up spinners and stuff like that. And then if you go to exit, a pop-up might show up, and you can use an app called Privy for this, okay? So just search Privy on Google or in the Shopify App Store and it should pop up, okay? So if you do all of these things, if you run retargeting ads on the main platforms where your brand is at, if it's Instagram or TikTok, if you leverage influencer marketing and you turn customers into micro influencers, and if you do email, you should have a very good monthly recurring revenue for your brand, and you should have very good cash flow, okay? Like I said before, it's not possible for you to manage every single one of these, or it's not possible for you to be amazing at every single one of these. However, if you do understand them, you educate yourself on them, you can then hire someone or get someone else involved to do them for you, okay? As depending on your product, it also depends what platform you're going to use. If it's a product that people search for or solves a problem, it might be best, like advertising on Google, okay? Like there's so many different platforms. And the reason why I didn't go deep here on each platform and like how you can actually physically set up an ad is because it's forever changing. All of these advertising platforms, they're changing their interfaces, they're changing how you bid, they're changing absolutely everything. So I want this training to live on no matter what platform is working. I want to give you the advertising fundamentals. And then if you want to know more on how to run TikTok ads, I can get one of our partners in to come in and make a training around that, okay? So here's your action items. Finish the program, watch all videos in full and complete all action items. Learn how to write good copy. This is something that will take time, but become aware of it and practice every day, even on a simple Instagram post, okay? So next time you're writing an Instagram post, you're putting up a story, just think, how can I hook them in? How can I tell a story? And how can I make an offer? Okay, influencer marketing, get involved and start working your way up to the big names. Okay, work your way up to them A-list celebrities. That is the goal here, and become obsessed with email. Okay, you need to become obsessed with email and hire someone that is. Okay, it should bring in about 30 to 40% plus of your monthly revenue. Think about that. If your goal is to do 100K and you're not doing email, let's say you're doing 50K now, and when you launch your brand, you're doing 50K a month. All you have to do is add email and you'll probably get to 100K within a month. I swear. That's how powerful email is. At Ecom and Chill, if you want us to run email for you, we have email people here. Reach out to us. We are more than happy to help you and set it up for a percentage of revenue, as that's how we do it. So that's it for this training. And I have a quote here, as always, to end it off. And that is, take risks. If you win, you will be happy. And if you lose, you will be wise. Go out there, learn marketing, learn the advertising fundamentals, check out the platforms, understand how to advertise on them, how to write good copy, and how to send good emails, and also check out what your competitors are doing and how they're doing or how they're running ads in all these different platforms. That's everything, and I will see you in the next module.